Good evening, pals. Before we begin tonight, take a slow breath and let the day loosen its grip a little. Imagine the quiet confidence of a world that believed it had built something too strong to fail, a ship so grand, so carefully designed, and so admired that few people could picture it in danger at all. But sometimes the most life-changing moments do not arrive with thunder. Sometimes they come softly in the dark while people are eating dinner, writing letters, laughing in warm rooms, or sleeping behind closed doors. Sometimes disaster begins so quietly that at first almost no one believes it is disaster. So before you get too comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you feel like it, tell me where you are listening from tonight and what time it is where you are. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft, steady background hum. Let the room grow calm around you, and let me take you back to a random night in 1912. Far out in the North Atlantic, beneath a sky without a moon, the ocean lay dark and still, like a vast sheet of black glass stretching into forever. There was no storm, no great wind, no angry waves rising against the hull. Only the cold, endless silence of the sea and the faint, trembling lights of a ship that was slowly losing its place in the world. The Titanic, once bright and proud, now leaned gently into the darkness. Her decks, which only hours earlier had carried laughter, music, footsteps, and soft conversations, were covered in frost and confusion. The air was bitterly cold, breath turned wide in front of faces, hands gripped railings. Voices called out across the sloping decks, sometimes in command, sometimes in fear, and sometimes only in the quiet disbelief of people who could not yet understand what was happening. The great ship's lights still glowed, but they seemed smaller, now fragile against the enormous night. Rows of portholes shone like tired stars along her side. Inside furniture slid across polished floors. Dishes broke in distant rooms. Somewhere below, water moved through the corridors with a slow and patient force, filling one space after another, as if the sea had been invited in and would never leave. On the boat deck, people waited beside the lifeboats. Some stood in silence, wrapped in coats over evening clothes. Some held children close their faces, hidden against wool collars and trembling shoulders. Some looked out over the black water, searching for another ship, another light, some sign that the world had not completely forgotten them. And somewhere in the cold, a band continued to play. The notes drifted softly through the night, not loud enough to stop the fear, but gentle enough to give shape to the final moments. The music rose and faded in the icy air, passing over the heads of passengers, officers, stewards, engineers, and men who already knew they would not leave the ship. No one had imagined it like this. not the builders who drew her lines on paper, not the men who hammered her plates into place, not the passengers who boarded with trunks and dreams, not the newspapers that had admired her size, her luxury, her strength, and not the world that had looked at Titanic and seen the future. For the Titanic had not been born as a tragedy. She had been born as a promise. And to understand that final night, we must drift backward slowly and gently to the beginning of the dream. Before the black water, before the ice, before the cries in the dark. Back to the shipyards of Belfast, where the sound of metal rang through the morning air, and a great vessel began to rise beside the water, like something the modern world believed it could trust forever. Years before that silent night at sea, the Titanic began not as a ship, but as an idea. At the beginning of the 20th century, the ocean was more than a distance between continents. It was a stage. Across the Atlantic, the great shipping companies competed not only to carry passengers, but to impress the world. Speed mattered, size mattered, luxury mattered. Every new liner was expected to be larger, grander, more comfortable than the one before. The White Star Line did not wish to build only a fast ship. It wanted to build a floating world. In Belfast, at the Harland and Wolff shipyard, the dream took physical form. The place itself seemed made for giants. Huge gantries rose into the sky. Cranes moved slowly above the workers. Steel plates arrived one after another, cold and heavy, waiting to be shaped into the body of something immense. Day after day, thousands of men came to the yard. They arrived in the pale morning light, carrying lunch tins, tools, and the quiet endurance of working men who knew the language of iron. Their boots struck the ground in steady rhythm. Their voices mixed with the hiss of steam, the clang of hammers, the calls of foremen, and the deep echo of metal being fastened to metal. The Titanic grew slowly. First, she was lines on a drawing table. Then ribs of steel, then a skeleton. Then a hull so large that men standing beneath it seemed almost like shadows. Her keel had been laid in 1909, and from that moment onward, the ship became part of the landscape of Belfast. Children could look toward the yard and see her rising. Workers could stand beneath her and feel the future taking shape above their heads. She was built beside her sister ship Olympic, and together they represented a new kind of ocean travel, not merely transportation, but elegance. Not merely engineering, but confidence. The Titanic would have grand staircases, rich wood paneling, electric lights, reading rooms, smoking rooms, restaurants, lounges, Turkish baths, and cabins designed to make the sea feel less like a danger and more like a dream. Yet beneath the beauty was machinery of enormous strength. Deep within her would be engines, boilers, coal bunkers, pumps, shafts, and propellers. Her hull was divided into watertight compartments, a design that gave many people a sense of great security. The ship was not truly invincible, of course. No ship ever is. But in the language of newspapers, advertisements, and public imagination, Titanic began to feel like something more than a vessel. She became a symbol of certainty. People looked at her size and saw safety. They looked at her steel and saw permanence. They looked at her luxury and saw civilization itself sailing proudly across the ocean. When Titanic was launched in May 1911, crowds gathered to watch. For a moment, all the noise seemed to pause. Then the great hull began to move. Slowly at first, then, with gathering grace, she slid down the slipway and touched the water for the first time. There was cheering. There was pride. There was the feeling that human hands had created something almost impossible. But ships, like dreams, are not finished when they first touch the water. For months afterward, Titanic was fitted out. Her empty spaces were filled with rooms, corridors, staircases, carpets, lamps, chairs, mirrors, and all the delicate things that would make passengers forget they were crossing one of the most powerful oceans on Earth. By the spring of 1912, she was ready. Painted black and white with 4 tall funnels rising above her decks, Titanic stood prepared for her first voyage. She was not just a ship leaving port. She was a story the world was waiting to tell itself. A story about progress. A story about comfort. A story about man's belief that steel science and careful design could make the sea feel gentle. And so, quietly, with fresh paint on her hull and polished brass catching the light, Titanic waited for the people who would bring her to life. Every great ship has many lives within it. There is the life imagined by its owners, the life shaped by its builders, the life commanded by its officers, and the life carried by every passenger who steps aboard with a suitcase, a ticket, and a private hope. On Titanic, 3 men stood close to the center of that dream. Captain Edward John Smith was the man chosen to command her maiden voyage. He was experienced, respected, and familiar to many passengers who had crossed the Atlantic before. His beard, his calm eyes, and his steady manner gave him the appearance of a man who belonged at sea. For decades, he had watched oceans change their moods. He had known fog, wind-crowded harbors, dark nights, and the long loneliness of open water. To many passengers, Captain Smith represented reassurance. When he stood on deck, people felt the voyage was in capable hands. He was not loud. He did not need to be. His authority came from years from routine, from the quiet discipline of a man who had spent much of his life between land and horizon. For Titanic's maiden voyage, his presence seemed appropriate, almost ceremonial. The largest and most luxurious ship in the world would be guided by one of the company's most trusted captains. Then there was Thomas Andrews. Andrews was not merely a visitor to the ship. He knew her intimately. As one of the chief designers from Harland and Wolff, he understood Titanic not as a passenger, might understand her through chandeliers and carpets, but through structure balance compartments, plans, and steel. He knew the hidden logic beneath her beauty. He walked through her rooms not with the wonder of a tourist, but with the careful eyes of a builder. He noticed small imperfections, a fitting that needed adjustment, a detail that could be improved, a room that did not yet feel quite right. To others, Titanic may have seemed complete, but to Andrews, a ship was never simply an object. It was a responsibility. There is something deeply human in that. He had helped create this floating palace, yet he did not move through it with arrogance. He moved through it with care. Somewhere in his mind, every corridor and staircase connected to a drawing, a calculation, a decision made long before passengers ever came aboard. And then there was J. Bruce Ismay, chairman of the White Star Line. Ismay carried a different kind of weight. To him, Titanic was business, prestige, competition, and reputation. The ship was proof that White Star Line could offer not only transportation across the Atlantic, but an experience grand enough to rival the finest hotels on land. His presence on the maiden voyage was not unusual. He was there to observe, to be part of the triumph, to see the company's great investment presented to the world. Around these men, the ship prepared for departure. Stewards arranged cabins, engineers inspected machinery. Firemen prepared for the endless labor of feeding coal into the furnaces. Officers reviewed procedures. Porters moved luggage. Passengers arrived in waves, each carrying a different version of the future. Some were wealthy travelers returning to America after a season in Europe. Some were businessmen, some were families. Some were immigrants leaving behind old villages, old languages, old sorrows, and old limitations. They came from different countries and different classes, but for a few days, all of them would share the same decks, the same ocean, the same fate, moving quietly ahead of them. In first class, trunks were opened in elegant cabins. Dresses were hung. Shoes were placed beside beds. Letters were written on fine stationery. Gentle conversations passed through corridors lined with warm wood and soft light. In third class, families found their bunks, counted their belongings, and settled into the unfamiliar rhythm of shipboard life. For many, Titanic was not luxury. It was possibility. America waited somewhere beyond the horizon, and the ship was the bridge between who they had been and who they hoped to become. No one saw themselves as part of history. They were simply beginning a journey. And that is how most tragedies begin, not with thunder, not with warning music, but with ordinary footsteps, ordinary hopes, and people thinking mostly of tomorrow. On the morning of April 10th, 1912, Southampton was alive with movement. The docks were crowded with passengers, workers, carts, trunks, ropes, smoke, and voices. Seagulls cried above the harbor. Steam drifted into the air. Families stood together for final moments before parting. Some waved handkerchiefs. Some called out names. Some tried to smile bravely as the ship waited beside the quay, enormous and calm. Titanic towered over everything. From the dock, she seemed less like a machine and more like a city wall. Her black hull rose high above the people below. Her white upper decks gleamed in the daylight. Her funnels stood tall against the sky, promising power, distance, and confidence. For those who had come to watch, the sight must have been unforgettable. Passengers made their way aboard. First-class travelers entered with quiet assurance, accompanied by servants' luggage and the ease of people accustomed to being expected. Second-class passengers followed with respectable coats, careful manners, and curious eyes. Third-class passengers carried bundles, bags, children, and dreams that were often larger than the cabins waiting for them. Slowly, the ship filled with life. The sound of footsteps moved through gangways. Voices echoed in companionways. Somewhere, a child laughed. Somewhere else, a mother checked a ticket for the third or fourth time. Officers moved with purpose. Crew members prepared for departure. Deep below the great machinery waited to awaken. At noon, Titanic began to move. The ropes were released. Tugboats pulled and guided her carefully away from the dock. A low vibration passed through the ship as engines turned and water stirred beneath her stern. On the decks, passengers leaned over railings and waved toward the shore. On land, the crowd waved back, watching the largest ship in the world begin her first voyage. For a moment, everything seemed perfect. But almost immediately there came a small warning, quiet enough to be remembered later with a shiver. As Titanic passed through the crowded harbor, her enormous movement disturbed the water around nearby ships. The smaller vessel, New York, was pulled from her moorings and swung dangerously close. For a tense moment, the two ships nearly collided. Men shouted. Tugboats strained, ropes snapped and tightened. The danger passed, but only just. To many, it was nothing more than a harbor incident. A brief delay. A story to tell over dinner. And soon, Titanic continued on, leaving Southampton behind. The shore slowly receded. The people on the dock became smaller. The familiar world slipped away into distance. Ahead lay Cherbourg, Queenstown, and then the wide Atlantic, cold, deep, and waiting beneath the spring sky. On board, passengers settled into the gentle excitement of departure. Cabins were explored, promenade decks filled with quiet conversation. The sea air moved over the rails. Smoke trailed from the funnels and drifted backward like a fading ribbon. Titanic moved forward with grace. Not hurried, not uncertain, but steady, confident, and beautiful. In the minds of many who watched her go, she was more than a ship. She was a promise that the modern age had learned how to conquer distance, discomfort, and fear. She carried wealth and poverty, pride and hope, ambition and innocence. She carried music letters, jewelry prayers, family names, and dreams of new beginnings. And as Southampton disappeared behind her, Titanic sailed into history without knowing it. The ocean ahead looked calm. The sky looked clear. And for now, the great ship simply moved westward, shining softly in the afternoon light, while the world believed she was almost impossible to lose. By the time Titanic left Southampton behind, the harbor had already begun to shrink into memory. The dock, the waving hands, the faces of relatives and friends, the smoke hanging over the water, all of it slowly faded as the great liner moved down the Solent and towards the open sea. On deck, many passengers stayed outside longer than they needed to, not because the air was warm, but because departure has its own strange magic. It is one of the few moments in life when everyone knows that something has ended and something else has begun, even if no one can yet name what it will become. The English coast slipped past in the distance, soft under the pale spring light. Gulls followed for a while, circling and crying above the water. Then little by little their calls grew faint. The ship's engines settled into a steady rhythm, deep, below a low vibration that could be felt through the floors, through the walls, and even through the soles of one's shoes. It was not an unpleasant sound. To many people, it must have felt reassuring, like the heartbeat of a giant creature carrying them safely westward. Titanic was no longer a marvel waiting at the dock. She was alive now. Her decks held people from many countries, many classes, and many private worlds. Some were traveling for business. Some were returning home. Some were beginning again. Some had brought trunks filled with evening clothes and jewelry, while others carried nearly everything they owned in small bags, folded carefully and kept close. In first class, the voyage began with a feeling of graceful confidence. These passengers were accustomed to being received, expected, and attended to. Their cabins were spacious, their meals carefully prepared, their public rooms arranged with a richness that made the ocean crossing feel almost like a stay in a grand hotel. They could walk along the promenade deck wrapped in coats, speaking of New York, Paris, London finance, families, weather, and all the small subjects that fill the hours when one is not worried about survival. Among them were millionaires, industrialists, writers, society figures, and travelers who knew the Atlantic as a familiar road. They had crossed before on other ships. They understood the rituals, the unpacking, the meals, the introductions, the deck chairs, the quiet observations of who was aboard and who was worth knowing. For some, Titanic was an event. For others, it was simply the finest available way to travel. A steward might pass through a corridor carrying folded linen. A maid might arrange a dress in a wardrobe. Somewhere, a passenger might stand before a mirror adjusting a collar or hat, while the ship moved steadily beneath them. The light from electric lamps glowed warmly against polished wood, and the sea outside seemed far away, almost unreal. In second class, the atmosphere was more modest but still comfortable. Teachers, ministers, clerks, merchants, engineers, and families moved through cabins and public spaces that were plain compared to first class, yet finer than what many ships offered to wealthier passengers only a generation earlier. There was a sense of respectability here, a quiet pride. People kept their coats neat, their voices measured, their routines orderly. Some read, some wrote letters. Some stood on deck and watched the coastline fall away, thinking of work relatives or the new life waiting on the other side. Second class on Titanic occupied a kind of middle world. It did not possess the heavy luxury of first class, but neither did it carry the crowded uncertainty of steerage life. It was comfortable enough for passengers to feel fortunate and close enough to the rest of the ship for them to sense the grandeur surrounding them. They could walk outside and look up at the funnels, watch crew members crossing the decks, or glimpse through certain doors and stairways the more elaborate spaces reserved for others. Below and farther aft, third-class passengers began to settle into the voyage in a different way. For many of them, the ship was not a symbol of leisure. It was a passage, a bridge, a chance. They came from Ireland, Britain, Scandinavia, Eastern Europe, and other parts of the continent, carrying languages and accents that mingled in corridors and common rooms. Some were young men traveling alone, hoping for work. Some were mothers with children. Some were entire families, leaving behind farms, villages, narrow rooms, or lives that had grown too difficult to continue. They had heard of America in many ways, from letters from relatives, from rumors, from posters, from stories told in kitchens and taverns and churchyards. America was not a guarantee, but it was a possibility. It meant wages, land, distance from old troubles, perhaps a little more room to breathe. For them, every mile across the Atlantic mattered. Their quarters were simpler, but on Titanic, they were still better than the steerage conditions many immigrants had known on older ships. There were dining rooms, open spaces, bunks, washrooms, and corridors that quickly became familiar. Children explored with curiosity. Parents warned them not to run too far. Young people met strangers who spoke their language or something close enough to it, and within hours, small friendships began forming in the ordinary way they do when people are placed together on a long journey. A voyage can make strangers speak more easily. There is time to ask where someone is from, where they are going, whether they have relatives waiting, whether they are afraid of the sea. A young man might share tobacco with another he had only just met. A mother might ask another mother about feeding a child during the crossing. Someone might pull out a small instrument in the evening. Someone else might sing. Laughter could rise in third class as warmly as in first, though the rooms were plainer and the dreams often more urgent. Above them all, the ship continued through the daylight. Captain Smith moved through the routines of command with calm familiarity. Officers monitored the course, the speed, and the traffic around them. The crew worked in patterns learned through repetition. A great ocean liner was not simply guided by one man on the bridge. It depended on hundreds of hands: sailors, stewards, cooks, bakers, engineers, trimmers, firemen, electricians, wireless operators, doctors, clerks, and servants moving through their duties, many of them invisible to passengers who saw only the polished surface of the ship. Below the elegant decks, Titanic's firemen and trimmers worked in a world of heat and dust. Coal had to be moved, shovel-fed into furnaces. The work was hard, blackening, and relentless. While passengers above breathed cool sea air and admired the horizon, men below stood before open furnace doors, their faces lit by fire. The ship's comfort depended on labor most travelers would never witness. Electric lights, hot water, speed, warmth, meals, and movement all drew strength from those hidden rooms where the air was thick and the hours were exhausting. This was part of Titanic's truth. She was luxurious, but she was also industrial. She was graceful above and brutal below. She carried silk and coal chandeliers and sweat silverware and soot. Like the age that built her, she was both beautiful and harsh, confident and unequal. Yet on that first afternoon, the mood aboard remained light. Passengers explored. Crew members answered questions. Children looked over rails at the foam trailing along the hull. The ship's wake stretched behind her in a long white path, marking the distance from England with every passing minute. For some, the sea brought peace quickly. Once land disappeared, the world became simple water, skyship, and time. The usual noise of life seemed to fall away. There were no streets to cross, no offices to visit, no trains to catch. There was only the slow organization of shipboard routine meals, walks, conversation, reading, sleep. But for others, departure brought a quieter feeling. The coast fading behind them was not only scenery. It was home, and homes are not always easy to leave. A young immigrant might stand alone by the rail, trying to remember the exact shape of a village road. A woman might think of a mother she would not see again for years, perhaps ever. A father might count the money in his pocket and wonder if it would be enough when they reached New York. Titanic carried these private thoughts without knowing them. To the ship, they were only passengers. To history, many would later become names on lists. But in that first afternoon, they were still fully alive in the ordinary way, adjusting to cabins, feeling hungry, losing gloves, asking directions, smiling awkwardly at strangers, wondering whether they would sleep well at sea. As evening approached, the light changed. The water darkened from blue-gray to silver, then slowly toward black. Lamps came on throughout the ship. Smoke from the funnels drifted into the cooling air. The movement of the vessel grew familiar enough that passengers began to trust it without thinking. The great engines kept their steady pulse, and the Atlantic still ahead waited beyond the early stages of the journey. That night, many would sleep aboard Titanic for the first time. Some would sleep easily rocked by the faint motion of the ship. Some would lie awake, listening to unfamiliar sounds, footsteps in corridors, a distant door closing, the murmur of engines far below, the occasional creak of fittings as the vessel moved through the water. For those unused to the sea, it might have felt strange at first, but not frightening. Titanic was large enough to soften the movement beneath them. Her size gave an illusion of stillness. And so the first day passed. The ship had left Southampton. The passengers had crossed the invisible line between land life and sea life. Behind them lay farewells waving hands and the narrowing harbor. Ahead lay France, Ireland, and the long, open road of the Atlantic. No one could yet know that this ordinary beginning would one day be examined minute by minute, that every departure, every ticket, every cabin number, every remembered conversation would become part of a story told for generations. For now, Titanic was simply underway, and across her decks, in every class, people began to live inside the voyage. By the evening of April 10th, Titanic reached the waters off Cherbourg, France. The light was fading when she arrived, and the coastline lay beyond her like a dim shape between sea and sky. Cherbourg's harbor could not easily receive a ship of Titanic's size directly at the quay, so she waited offshore, enormous and luminous in the twilight, while smaller tender ships carried passengers and luggage out to meet her. From the shore, Titanic must have looked almost unreal. Her rows of lights glowed across the darkening water. Her funnels rose above the horizon, and her hull, black against the evening, seemed less like something built by men and more like a floating cliff. For those waiting to board, she was not merely transportation. She was a spectacle, a promise of status, safety, and arrival. The tenders moved back and forth across the water, carrying first-class and second-class passengers who had come from Paris, from hotels, from railway stations, from lives still scented with the continent. Some brought elegant luggage and servants. Some spoke French. Some spoke English with American accents. Some had been traveling for weeks before ever stepping onto Titanic. Among the passengers boarding at Cherbourg were people whose names would later be remembered, because wealth has a way of leaving traces. But in that moment, they were not yet figures in a disaster. They were travelers arriving in the evening, stepping from a smaller vessel onto the side of a much larger one, perhaps looking up with admiration as they passed into the lighted entrances. The process took time. Luggage had to be transferred, names checked, cabins found. Crew members guided passengers through gangways and corridors. A person boarding Titanic at night entered not only a ship, but a complete interior world already in motion. There were lamps burning, elevators moving, stewards working, meals being served, and other passengers who had begun to feel, after only a few hours, that they had been aboard much longer. There is always something slightly dreamlike about joining a journey after it has begun. The ship already has a rhythm. People already know which corridor leads to their room when dinner is served, where to walk, where not to go. New arrivals carry with them the outside world for a little while, the cold air from the tender, the noise of the port, the memory of land, and then gradually the ship absorbs them. That evening, as Cherbourg receded into darkness, Titanic moved on. The next morning, April 11th, she approached Queenstown on the southern coast of Ireland. Today, the place is known as Cobh, but in 1912, it was Queenstown, one of the great departure points for immigrants leaving Ireland and Europe for North America. Here, the mood was different. Cherbourg had brought elegance and continental travel. Queenstown brought farewell. The harbor was beautiful, but beneath the beauty was an old sadness. For many Irish passengers, this was the last sight of home. The green hills, the houses along the shore, the church spire, the small boats, the familiar dampness of the air, all of it stood between memory and uncertainty. Titanic anchored offshore again, too large to come close in. Tenders carried passengers out to her. Some were cheerful, some nervous, some silent. Families climbed aboard with bags and parcels. Young women traveling to domestic work in America held tightly to their belongings. Young men looked back toward the shore, trying to appear brave. Children stared up at the great ship with open curiosity, not yet able to understand the meaning of leaving. Mail was brought aboard, as well sacks and sacks of it. Letters from Europe crossed into the care of the ship bound for America, just as the passengers were. Somewhere inside those bags were ordinary words, business matters, family news, affection, worry instructions, greetings. Like the people, the letters were meant to arrive safely on the other side. The stop at Queenstown did not last long, but it carried emotional weight. Small boats moved around the liner. On shore, people watched. Some passengers already aboard came out on deck to see the Irish coast. The air was fresh and cool. The water in the harbor was calmer than the ocean waiting beyond. For a short while, Titanic seemed suspended between two worlds, Europe behind her, America ahead, and Ireland resting in the soft morning light like a final blessing. A few people left the ship at Queenstown, their brief journey complete. They stepped down into tenders and returned toward land, not knowing that by doing so, they were stepping away from the history's shadow. For them, Titanic would remain a memory of grandeur, a ship they had traveled on for a short and harmless passage. In later years, perhaps they would recall the polished corridors, the immense decks, the feeling of standing aboard something larger than anything they had known. But most remained, and more came aboard. By early afternoon, the final passengers had joined the voyage. The last tenders pulled away. The distance between ship and shore widened. Queenstown grew smaller behind them, its houses and hills slowly softening into the horizon. For many immigrants, this was the most difficult moment. Until then, leaving might have still felt reversible. There had been trains, tickets, docks, waiting rooms, relatives nearby, land beneath their feet. But once Titanic turned westward and the Irish coast began to fade, the decision became real. There was no more Europe ahead, only ocean. Some passengers watched until land disappeared completely. They stood at the rail in coats and hats, quiet in the wind. The green of Ireland grew pale, then gray, then vanished into mist and distance. The sea opened before them, vast and uninterrupted. The horizon became a circle with no doors. Titanic had now completed her last stop. From this point onward, there would be no more passengers joining, no more farewells at harbor, no more coastline to measure progress by. The ship was alone with the Atlantic, carrying more than 2,000 people into the open water. The change may not have been dramatic at first. Meals were still served. Cabins were still arranged. Children still played. The engines still beat their steady rhythm. But something essential had shifted. The journey had entered its true form. There is a particular silence that comes after the last land disappears. It does not mean there is no sound. On Titanic, there were always sounds, machinery footsteps, voices, dishes, doors, the movement of water along the hull. But beyond those human noises lay a deeper quiet. The quiet of distance. The quiet of knowing that the world of streets, fields, trees, and houses has slipped away, and that for a while everything depends on the ship beneath your feet. By evening, the passengers had begun to belong to the sea. First-class travelers dressed for dinner. Second-class passengers found their routines. Third-class families settled more firmly into their shared spaces, speaking of New York relatives, jobs, addresses, and the questions that waited at immigration. Crew members carried on with practiced efficiency. The wireless operators received and sent messages connecting the ship by invisible signals to a world now far beyond the horizon. Titanic moved westward through the night. Behind her lay Southampton, Cherbourg, and Queenstown. Ahead lay 5 days of ocean, or so everyone believed. New York was not yet close enough to imagine clearly, but it was close enough to hope for. The ship's lights shone across the water, and the wake stretched behind her like a pale road that closed as soon as she passed. If someone had looked back long enough, they would have seen nothing but darkness. The last shore had gone. Once Titanic entered the open Atlantic, life aboard settled into a rhythm. At sea, time changes shape. The days are not measured by streets or appointments, but by meals, walks, bells, weather letters, conversations, and the slow movement of light across water. Morning comes softly through cabin curtains. Afternoon stretches long across promenade decks. Evening gathers around lamps, music, warm rooms, and the expectation of dinner. Titanic was large enough to make passengers forget at moments that they were surrounded by ocean. In first class, the ship offered a world of comfort, carefully designed to feel stable and refined. There were broad staircases, carved wood, thick carpets, reading rooms, smoking rooms, lounges, and dining spaces where the sea seemed far away. Electric lights softened the rooms. Mirrors reflected movement and gold-toned brightness. Stewards appeared when needed and disappeared when not. The best parts of land life had been arranged inside a moving vessel, as if civilization itself could be packed into steel and carried across the Atlantic. Morning in first class might begin with breakfast, served in a cabin or taken in a dining saloon bright with linen and silver. Passengers read newspapers days old, wrote letters that would be mailed later, or discussed the weather with the kind of mild seriousness common among people at sea. Some walked the promenade deck wrapped in heavy coats, breathing in cold air and watching the water roll away from the hull. Others chose deck chairs, blankets, and books, allowing the morning to pass without urgency. There was pleasure in the lack of hurry. A ship crossing the ocean creates a rare kind of pause. Even wealthy passengers, usually surrounded by obligations, could do very little except wait elegantly. They could dress for meals, take air on deck, send wireless messages, play cards, visit the gymnasium, attend to acquaintances, and observe one another with discreet interest. The voyage made idleness respectable. In the dining rooms, the rituals of class were carefully maintained. Tables were set, menus were planned, courses arrived in sequence. The food was part of the experience, but so was the performance around it, the polished service, the low conversation, the glassware catching the light, the sense that nothing rough or uncertain could enter such a room. Yet outside the windows, was the Atlantic, indifferent and immense. That contrast followed Titanic everywhere. Inside, warmth and order. Outside, cold water and distance. The passengers did not need to think about it often, and most probably did not. But the sea was always there, pressing silently against the hull. Thomas Andrews moved through the ship with a different eye than the passengers. He inspected, listened, noticed. The Titanic was new, and a new ship still reveals herself in small details. Perhaps a door needed attention, a room required adjustment, a fixture did not meet the standard he expected. Andrews carried with him the builder's habit of seeing not only what existed, but what could be improved. He did not move through Titanic as someone admiring a finished monument. He moved through her as a man responsible for her. In this, there was quiet tenderness. The ship was steel, but to him it was also labor thought and care. Every grand room had hidden behind it years of work. Every corridor belonged to a larger plan. Every comfort depended on some unseen structure holding firm beneath it. Captain Smith, meanwhile, occupied the calm center of command. To passengers who glimpsed him, he represented order. His presence on deck or in public rooms was enough to reassure. The ship was new, the voyage important, but the routines of the sea were old. Courses were set, watches changed, reports were made. The Atlantic was watched through trained eyes. Below, the first-class space's second-class life had its own quieter dignity. The second-class passengers enjoyed comfortable cabins, good meals, a library, a smoking room, and promenade areas where they could take the air. They were not surrounded by the heaviest luxury, but many were deeply impressed by the ship. Teachers, clergymen, merchants, professionals, and families found themselves in surroundings that felt safe, modern, and generous. A second-class passenger might spend the morning reading, in a public room the afternoon walking outside, and the evening in conversation with fellow travelers met only days before. At sea, social boundaries remain, but they softened slightly within each class. People who might never have met on land find themselves sharing tables, asking about destinations, exchanging stories of work relatives and plans. Some were going to visit family, some were relocating, some traveled for health or work. Some simply wanted to experience the new ship. Their reasons varied, but aboard Titanic, they were held within the same floating schedule. Meals gave shape to the day, so did the weather. On calm days, the ship felt almost motionless, her great size smoothing the sea beneath her. Passengers could walk without stumbling. Dishes stayed steady, Conversations continued without interruption. It was easy under such conditions to believe that the voyage would remain gentle. In third class, life was busier, louder, and more crowded, but not without warmth. The passengers there came from many places, and the ship gathered their languages into a living murmur. English, Irish accents, Swedish, Finnish, Arabic, French, Italian, German, and other voices could be heard in corridors and common areas. Some passengers could speak to each other easily. Others relied on gestures, smiles, or the help of someone who knew a few words in both languages. The third-class dining saloon was plain but active. People came in groups, families, and small clusters of new acquaintances. Meals were simple compared to first class, yet for many travelers, they were respectable, even generous. Children sat beside parents. Young men spoke of work in America. Women discussed relatives' addresses, clothing, seasickness, and children. The future was present in nearly every conversation. America existed in their minds before it appeared on the horizon. Some imagined streets filled with opportunity. Some imagined factories, farms, or relatives waiting at the dock. Some had only vague plans built from hope and necessity. They knew life would not be easy. Most immigrants did. But difficulty on new ground can feel different from difficulty on old ground. It can feel like a beginning rather than a trap. In the evenings, third class could become lively. Music was common among people leaving home. A fiddle, a song, a dance, a rhythm tapped by shoes on the floor, these small things helped turn fear into fellowship. Young people laughed. Children forgot for a while the seriousness of the journey. Adults who had been quiet during the day might join a song when it reminded them of a village, a kitchen, a wedding, or someone they had left behind. The lower decks did not have the elegance of first class, but they had life in abundance. There was homesickness there, and worry, and crowded discomfort. There were also jokes, flirting, prayer, kindness, and the practical tenderness of strangers helping one another with children, luggage translation, or fear. Titanic's third class was not a single mass of nameless emigrants. It was a collection of individual lives, each carrying its own past. Somewhere on board, a young woman might have been imagining her first job in America. A father might have been rehearsing what to say at immigration. A child might have believed the ship itself was the adventure, not understanding that adults were watching the future with anxious eyes. All through the vessel, the crew maintained the hidden order that made this life possible. Stewards answered bells, cleaned rooms, carried trays, guided lost passengers, and remembered requests. Cooks and bakers worked through long hours in hot kitchens. Laundry dishes, Linens, coal messages, luggage, and meals all had to move through the ship in constant circulation. The elegance passengers saw depended on an entire working city beneath and around them. The wireless room was one of the most modern spaces aboard, though small and busy. Messages passed in and out through the air, invisible and astonishing. Passengers could send greetings across the sea, short notes to relatives or business contacts, words carried by electric signal into the night. To many people, wireless communication still felt miraculous. Titanic was not alone, not completely. She could speak beyond the horizon. And yet, even this connection had limits. The wireless operators were often occupied with passenger messages. The air was crowded with signals from ships and shore stations. Information came passed through human hands and had to be judged, prioritized, delivered, or delayed. Technology had extended the ship's voice, but it had not removed human fatigue or human choice. As the voyage continued, the weather grew colder. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just enough that passengers on deck pulled coats tighter around themselves. The air became sharper. The sea remained calm, the days were bright, and the nights clear. The kind of cold that waits in the North Atlantic does not always announce itself violently. Sometimes it arrives with beauty-clean stars, still water, a horizon that looks peaceful because it gives away nothing. Inside, life went on. First-class passengers dressed for dinner. The formal rhythm of the ship continued: gowns, jackets, menus, polite voices, footsteps on carpeted floors. In smoking rooms, men discussed business, politics, ships, and the expected time of arrival. In lounges, women talked, read, or simply sat beneath warm lights while the ship carried them west. Second-class passengers wrote in diaries or letters. Some made friends. Some compared Titanic to other ships they had known. Some walked the deck and looked out at the sea until the cold encouraged them back inside. Third-class passengers gathered where they could. Some sang, some played cards, some prayed quietly before sleep. Children grew tired and were put to bed. Mothers folded clothing, checked tickets, and tried to keep order in small spaces. Fathers talked in low voices about money work and what would happen after New York. Night settled over Titanic with great calm. From outside, the ship must have looked magnificent, rows of lights moving across, black water smoke trailing above the hull, cutting steadily through the sea. From inside, she felt even larger than she looked. Corridors ran into other corridors. Staircases rose and descended. Doors opened into rooms filled with warmth and voices. Somewhere, music drifted softly. Somewhere else, a worker wiped coal dust from his face and returned to the heat. The Atlantic surrounded them all. It made no distinction between class, wealth, language, or destination. But aboard the ship, human beings still lived according to the divisions they understood. First class above third class, below officers on the bridge, firemen near the furnaces, engineers in the machinery spaces, wireless operators at their instruments. Every person had a place, and every place seemed secure. That was the feeling Titanic gave most strongly in those early days' security. The ship was new. The weather was fair. The meals were regular. The lights stayed on. The engines did not falter. The sea, though cold, remained calm. Nothing in the ordinary rhythm of the voyage suggested that the world beneath them was fragile. And perhaps that is why the story feels so haunting. Not because everyone was afraid from the beginning, but because they were not. They lived normally. They unpacked, ate, laughed, walked, read, complained, hoped, slept, and made plans. They trusted the floor beneath their feet because almost everyone trusts the floor beneath their feet. On Titanic, life continued with the peaceful blindness of people moving through a day they believe will lead safely into another. The ship sailed on. And with each quiet hour, she moved farther from land and closer to the cold region of the Atlantic, where ice drifted silently under the stars. By Sunday, April 14th, Titanic was deep in the North Atlantic. Land was now far behind her, so far that it no longer belonged to the imagination in any immediate way. There were no coastlines to watch, no harbor lights to expect, no gulls following the ship through the morning air. Around Titanic, there was only water sky and the long, steady motion of a vessel making her way west. The day began quietly. For many passengers, it was simply another day at sea. The routines of the voyage had become familiar now. People woke in their cabins to the low vibration of the engines and the faint movement of the ship. Breakfast was served. Coats were buttoned. Deck chairs were arranged. Conversations resumed from the day before, as if the ocean crossing had become a temporary village where everyone had begun to recognize the rhythm of life. Because it was Sunday, the day carried a softer atmosphere. There was a church service in the morning, led by Captain Smith. Passengers gathered with the seriousness and calm that Sunday often brought even at sea. Hymns were sung. Heads were bowed. Outside, the Atlantic stretched away beneath a pale sky, cold and beautiful, giving no sign of what it would demand before morning. The sea remained unusually calm. This calmness was beautiful, but it was not entirely harmless. On a windier night, Waves might break against the base of an iceberg, leaving white foam that could be seen from a distance. But on a flat sea, an iceberg could sit in darkness with almost no warning around it. It would not roar. It would not move like an enemy. It would simply wait pale and silent while the ship approached. During the day, messages began reaching Titanic from other vessels. They were not dramatic in tone. Ships at sea often shared information as part of the ordinary practice of navigation. Ice had been seen in the region. Pack ice, growlers, large bergs. The warnings came from different directions, carried through wireless signals, and passed from ship to ship across the cold air of the Atlantic. Some messages reached the bridge, some were noted. Some became part of the general awareness that Titanic was entering an area where ice had been reported. But aboard the ship, there was no sudden alarm, no public announcement, no change that ordinary passengers would have noticed. The voyage continued. The great liner moved at a high speed through the day, powerful and steady. Her engines kept their deep rhythm below. Her bow opened the water ahead. Smoke trailed from her funnels and faded into the sky. To passengers walking outside, there may have been nothing troubling in the sight. The ship felt strong. The weather was clear. The horizon was open. If danger existed, it was not yet visible. Inside the wireless room, Jack Phillips and Harold Bride worked through a growing volume of messages. They were young men operating one of the most modern technologies aboard the ship, sitting in a small room filled with sound concentration and invisible traffic. Their equipment connected Titanic to other ships and shore stations, allowing words to travel where the eye could not. Passenger messages took much of their time. Some were ordinary greetings, some were business notes. Some were casual reminders to people waiting in America. The wealthy especially enjoyed the novelty of sending wireless messages from the middle of the ocean, and the work accumulated. The operators listened, tapped, received, sent, and sorted signals through long hours of strain. Among those signals were warnings about ice. To us looking back, each warning feels heavy. Each one seems to glow with meaning because we already know the end of the night. But to the men aboard Titanic, these messages were part of a wider pattern of sea travel. Ice in the North Atlantic was dangerous, yes, but it was also not unheard of. Captains and officers were accustomed to receiving such information, plotting positions, judging risks, and continuing onward with caution as they understood it. The tragedy of Titanic did not unfold because no one had heard of ice. It unfolded more quietly than that. It moved through habits, assumptions, confidence, workload, hierarchy, weather timing, and the simple human belief that what has gone safely before will go safely again. On deck, the temperature began to fall. Passengers noticed the cold more sharply as the day moved on. The air had a clean bite to it, and those walking outside did not stay as long unless they were well wrapped. The ocean still looked peaceful, almost too peaceful. A flat sea can have a strange power over the mind. It suggests calm, and calm suggests safety. The water did not warn them with violence. It reflected light. It stretched outward. It carried the ship without resistance. In the first-class spaces, the day passed with comfort and confidence. People wrote letters, took tea, spoke of arrival times, and prepared for another evening of dinner and conversation. The ship was expected to reach New York soon enough, and some passengers may already have begun thinking about what waited there: hotels, trains, appointments, family business, a return to ordinary life. In second-class, passengers also followed the gentle structure of the day. There were books, deck walks, meals, and conversations about the crossing. The cold may have drawn some indoors earlier than usual, but nothing about the routine suggested danger. Children still played. Adults still looked ahead. The ocean was simply the ocean, wide and cold, but held at a distance by steel. In third class, people continued to live within their smaller world of hope and uncertainty. Sunday might have brought prayer songs, letters, and quiet talk about America. The immigrants aboard had already crossed one threshold by leaving Europe. Now the days at sea had to be endured patiently. Each day completed was one day closer to New York. Somewhere in the ship, a person might have marked the date in a diary. Somewhere else, a mother might have folded a child's clothing and thought about the inspection at Ellis Island. A young man might have imagined the first street he would walk down in America. For them, ice warnings meant nothing if they did not hear them, and even if they had, perhaps they would have trusted the officers and the ship. Trust was everywhere aboard Titanic. It was in the way passengers slept, the way they walked under electric lights, the way they ordered meals, the way they leaned over railings to look at a sea that could not be fully understood. Trust was in the polished wood, the locked cabins, the carefully printed menus, the clean linen, the heavy doors, the size of the ship itself. By late afternoon, the light began to soften. The cold increased. Shadows lengthened across the decks. The ocean calmed through the day, prepared to become a black mirror beneath the stars. Officers on watch knew the reports of ice. The ship's course had been adjusted southward compared with the usual track, yet the danger had not vanished. Somewhere ahead, unseen beyond the curve of the earth, and then beyond the reach of human sight, ice drifted slowly in the darkening water. No one on board could see it yet. That is one of the unsettling things about the Titanic story. The disaster was already waiting before anyone felt the disaster begin. Long before the collision, the ice field existed. The cold existed. The still sea existed. The decisions had already begun to gather around one another. But life on the ship continued in the warm, ordinary way. Dinner would be served. Lamps would glow. People would dress carefully. Music would be played. Children would grow tired. Crewmen would report for watches. Wireless messages would continue passing through the night air. And Titanic, bright against the darkening Atlantic, kept moving west. Evening came quietly over the ship. The sky cleared as the sun disappeared and the cold settled in with greater force. It was not the wild cold of a storm with wind tearing at clothing and waves striking the decks. It was a still cold, clean, and penetrating, the kind that seems to come from the stars themselves. The air sharpened along the railings. Metal grew unpleasant to touch. Breath appeared briefly and vanished. Above Titanic, the night opened, cloudless. There was no moon. The stars were bright, scattered across the darkness in such numbers that the sky must have seemed deep beyond imagining. On another night, passengers might have admired it for its beauty alone. At sea, under a clear sky, the heavens can feel close and remote at the same time, as if the ship is moving not only across water, but through a silence much older than any human journey. Inside, warmth gathered. The first-class dining saloon glowed with light. Dinner was served with the usual care course, after-course voices, low and polished silverware moving softly against plates. People spoke of New York, of the voyage, of acquaintances aboard, of business and family matters, of small things that seemed important because ordinary life still had its shape. No one at those tables could have known that this was their final dinner on Titanic. That is what makes the evening so difficult to imagine fully. It was not lived as a final evening. It was lived as a Sunday night at sea. People were tired, comfortable, perhaps a little cold when they came in from deck, perhaps pleased with the smoothness of the crossing. Some may have complained of small inconveniences. Some may have laughed at stories. Some may have looked forward to sleep. After dinner, passengers drifted into the familiar nighttime patterns of the ship. In first class, some went to the smoking room, where men sat with cigars, cards, and conversation. Others moved to lounges or returned to their cabins. A few may have walked outside for the novelty of the cold night before deciding quickly to come in. The ship's electric lights gave the interior a sense of safety, as if darkness belonged only to the other side of the windows. In second class, the evening was quieter. People read, talked, wrote letters, or prepared for bed. Families arranged clothing and belongings. A passenger might pause in a corridor to listen to the engines and feel reassured by their steady pulse. The sound had become part of the voyage so constant that it almost disappeared into the background of thought. In third class, the night held more life for a while. There were conversations, music perhaps, dancing in the general room, the kind of simple joy people create when there is little space but enough company. Young travelers who had met only days before could feel for a moment as if the voyage itself had made them friends. The uncertainty of America could wait until morning. The cold sea outside could remain outside. Inside, there were songs, accents, laughter, and the warmth of bodies gathered together. The crew continued working. Stewards moved through corridors. Officers took their watches. Engineers monitored machinery. Firemen labored below. In the wireless room, Jack Phillips was still busy sending passenger messages through the night. The airwaves were crowded, and fatigue must have pressed on him. The work required focus, and the hours had been long. At one point, another nearby ship, the Californian, sent a message warning that she had stopped because of ice. The message came loudly into Titanic's wireless room, interrupting Phillips as he worked traffic to Cape Race. Irritated and overloaded, he told the Californian to keep out. It was a small human moment, tiredness, pressure, a sharp reply. In another story, it would mean little. In this one, it has echoed for more than a century. The message did not reach the bridge in the way it might have. Outside, Titanic continued. The night was clear enough for the lookouts to see stars, but the absence of moonlight made the sea deceptive. The horizon ahead was dark. The water was so calm that it offered few visual clues. No breaking waves marked the base of any ice. No white spray gave warning. The ship moved into a region where danger could remain almost invisible until it was very close. In the crow's nest, Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee watched the darkness. Their work was simple in description and difficult in reality. Look ahead, keep watch, report what appears. The cold surrounded them. The wind, created by the ship's own speed, cut across their faces. Their eyes searched the blackness ahead for lights, shapes, movement, anything unusual. They had no moon to help them. Below them, the bow of Titanic cut through the water. From their height, the ship's forward motion may have felt both powerful and strangely smooth. The Atlantic opened ahead like a dark field with no edges. Somewhere beyond sight, ice lay in the water. On the bridge, officers maintained the watch. First Officer William Murdoch was on duty. The ship continued at speed. Her course set her machinery driving her westward. There was confidence in the routine, and perhaps that is what made the danger so hard to feel. Nothing was broken. Nothing sounded wrong. The ship did not tremble with warning. She moved exactly as she had been built to move. Passengers began going to bed. Cabin doors closed. Lamps were turned down. Shoes were set aside. Evening clothes were folded or left for stewards. Children slept. Letters remained unfinished on desks. Books were placed beside beds. A glass of water might have stood untouched on a small table, trembling faintly with the vibration of the ship. The last ordinary minutes passed without ceremony. No clock announced that history had narrowed to a point. No one felt the future changing shape. Titanic's lights shone out over the Black Sea. Her engines worked below. Her passengers trusted the night because they had trusted every hour before it. And then, at 11:40 p.m., something appeared ahead. Not a storm, not a wave, a shape, pale, silent, and close. From the crow's nest, Frederick Fleet saw it first. At first, it may have been nothing more than a darkness within darkness, a faint shape where no shape should have been. Then it grew clearer, rising out of the black water ahead of the ship. An iceberg, not glowing brightly, not shining like something in a painting, but appearing suddenly and terribly near its cold face, barely visible against the night. Fleet reacted at once. He rang the warning bell 3 times. Then he reached for the telephone connected to the bridge. When the voice answered below, he gave the words that would become part of the Titanic's history. Iceberg right ahead. On the bridge, the message demanded immediate action. First Officer Murdoch ordered the ship to turn. The helm was put hard over. Orders were sent to the engine room. Men responded with the speed of training, but Titanic was enormous, and enormous things do not change direction quickly. The ship began to turn. Slowly, too slowly. Her bow started to swing away from the iceberg, but the distance was vanishing. The lookouts watched. The officers watched. For a few long seconds, everything depended on momentum, still water, and time. There was no dramatic crash in the way many people might imagine. No single thunderous blow that threw every passenger from bed. No explosion of sound announcing disaster to the entire ship at once. Instead, the iceberg passed along the starboard side with a grinding, tearing contact opening the hull below the waterline in a series of wounds. To some aboard, it felt like a vibration. To others, a strange scraping. Some felt almost nothing at all. In certain cabins, passengers looked up. A few noticed the engines changing. Some felt the ship shudder faintly. In the dining rooms and lounges, those still awake paused for a moment, listening. The sound was unusual, but not necessarily terrifying. Titanic was too large, too solid in the imagination for many people to believe immediately that anything serious had happened. On deck, pieces of ice fell and scattered. Some passengers, curious rather than afraid, came out to see. There were reports of people touching bits of ice, even joking about them. The night was cold, the ship still lit, and the great liner remained afloat beneath their feet. Nothing about those first moments fully revealed the scale of the damage. That was the cruelest part. The disaster did not arrive all at once in the minds of the passengers. It entered slowly through questions, rumors, stopped engines, crewmen moving with new urgency, and the growing awareness that the ship was no longer behaving like a ship at ease. Below, the truth was becoming clearer, much faster. In the forward compartments, seawater began to enter. It did not rush through the ship as a single wave at first. It came into separate spaces, cold and dark, filling mail rooms, cargo areas, boiler rooms, and the lower forward sections. Men working below saw what passengers above could not. They saw water where water should never be. They heard it. They felt its force. They understood, perhaps before almost anyone else, that the Atlantic had crossed the boundary between outside and inside. The engines stopped. For passengers, used to the constant vibration beneath them, the sudden quiet was unsettling. The heartbeat of the ship had changed. A large vessel at night is never truly silent, but when the engines cease, after days of steady motion, the absence becomes its own sound. People who had been sleeping opened their eyes. Some sat up, some waited, some told themselves it was nothing. On the bridge, officers began assessing what had happened. Doors were closed. Reports were requested. The ship still looked magnificent from above the waterline, her lights burning her funnels, tall, her decks mostly orderly. But below that visible confidence, the sea was entering her body. Captain Smith came to the bridge. Thomas Andrews would soon be called to help understand the damage. The design of the ship, the watertight compartments, the calculations that had once seemed reassuring, all of it would now be measured against the cold reality of the water coming in. For the moment, though, the passengers lived in uncertainty. Some dressed and came into corridors. Some stayed in bed, irritated at being disturbed. Some asked stewards what had happened and received calm answers meant to prevent alarm. A few sensed something wrong in the way crew members moved in the stopped engines, in the unusual stillness in the tilt that was not yet obvious, but would later become undeniable. Outside, the iceberg drifted away into the darkness. It had done its work without anger, without intention, without even remaining to be seen. It was simply ice shaped by weather and water moving through the Atlantic long before Titanic arrived and continuing after the ship had passed. Human beings would give it meaning later. They would search for blame, causes, warnings, mistakes. But in that first moment, it was only a pale mass disappearing astern into the night. Titanic floated on. Her lights still glowed. Her rooms were still warm. Her passengers were still alive. Many did not yet know that the voyage had already ended, though the ship had not yet sunk. The line between safety and tragedy had been crossed quietly, almost gently, in the dark water below. At 11:40 p.m., the future changed. But aboard Titanic, the night still held its breath. After the collision, Titanic did not look like a dying ship. That was perhaps the most unsettling thing of all. Above the waterline, she still appeared strong, bright, and almost unchanged. Her electric lights burned steadily across the Black Sea. Her funnels stood tall against the stars. Her decks, though colder now and increasingly restless, had not yet fallen into chaos. To many passengers who came out of their cabins in coats and nightclothes, the ship seemed wounded only in some distant technical sense. There had been a noise. There had been a stop. There were officers moving quickly, crewmen giving quiet instructions, and stewards trying to calm questions in the corridors. But the floor was still beneath their feet. The lights were still shining. The great ship was still floating. It was difficult to be afraid of a disaster that had not yet shown its full face. Below, however, the truth was already gathering. Water was entering the forward compartments. It came cold and dark, filling spaces never meant to receive the sea. In the mail room, postal clerks struggled as water rose around the sacks of mail. The letters that had been entrusted to Titanic for delivery to America were now floating, darkening, and sinking in icy water. Men tried to save what they could, but the sea kept coming. In the boiler rooms, the situation was more urgent. Firemen and engineers, already exhausted from days of labor in heat and coal dust, now faced the impossible presence of water spreading through the lower parts of the ship. The contrast was brutal. Furnace heat, freezing water steam, darkness shouted orders, and the knowledge that something serious had happened far below the calm rooms where passengers were still asking whether they should return to bed. Captain Smith needed certainty. The reports coming in were troubling, but in a ship as large as Titanic, damage had to be understood carefully. A single flooded compartment might be controlled. 2 might be survivable. The ship had been designed with watertight divisions, and for years, such features had helped shape confidence in her strength. But the iceberg had not made one clean wound. It had opened the ship in several places along her starboard side, allowing the sea to enter multiple forward compartments. Thomas Andrews was called. He came with the quiet seriousness of a man being asked to examine not an abstraction, but something he knew almost as one knows a house built by one's own hands. Andrews understood Titanic in ways most aboard never could. He knew her structure, her limits, her calculations. He knew what she could survive and what she could not. Together with Captain Smith and the officers, he reviewed the reports. The water had entered too many compartments. The forward part of the ship was already being pulled down by the weight of the sea. The watertight bulkheads rose only so high. Once the bow sank, far enough water would spill from one compartment into the next, moving over the tops of the divisions like liquid darkness passing from room to room. The logic was simple and terrible. Titanic could remain afloat with certain compartments flooded, but not like this. Not with the damage stretched along so much of her side. Not with water advancing forward and downward, quietly defeating the very system designed to contain it. Andrews made his calculation: the ship would sink. Not instantly, not in a few minutes, but soon enough that every ordinary idea of safety had to be abandoned. There was perhaps an hour, perhaps a little more, perhaps 2 at most. The exact timing would depend on the water, the balance, the rate of flooding. But the conclusion was no longer avoidable. Titanic was lost. For Captain Smith, the knowledge must have arrived with a weight almost beyond imagining. A captain is responsible for his ship, but also for the lives entrusted to it. More than 2,000 people were aboard, and the lifeboats could not carry them all. This fact known in design and regulation as a number on paper, now became a human reality, standing in the cold night. Men, women, children, crew, servants, immigrants, millionaires, officers, firemen, musicians, strangers. There were not enough boats. The ship that had seemed so large now carried one of the smallest truths possible: there would not be room for everyone. And yet, for the passengers, the moment of understanding came slowly. Andrews and Smith knew before most of them did. The engineers below understood pieces of it before the public rooms did. The officers sensed the change before the crowds gathered on deck. Disasters are rarely understood by everyone at the same time. They spread through a population unevenly, first as concern, then rumor, then fear, and finally as certainty. In the early minutes after the collision, many people remained calm because calm was still being performed around them. Stewards told passengers to dress warmly. Officers ordered lifeboats uncovered. Crew members began preparing equipment. But the tone remained controlled. No one wanted panic. Panic could kill people before the sea did. The passengers were encouraged to put on life belts, though some found the instruction absurd. A life belt seemed unnecessary on a ship like Titanic. Some laughed, some complained, some obeyed only because the crew insisted. In first class, a few passengers understood quickly that something was wrong. They had access to officers, to information, to the subtle signs of urgency in people trained not to show fear. Some asked direct questions and received evasive answers. Others noticed that the ship had taken on a slight list, or that the stillness after the engine stopped felt unnatural. In second class, uncertainty spread through corridors and stairways. People dressed hurriedly, gathered coats, woke relatives, and stepped out to ask what had happened. Some were told it was only a precaution. Some returned to their cabins briefly. Some went upward, drawn by the movement of others. In third class, the confusion was deeper. Many passengers were farther from the boat deck. Some did not speak English well. Some were asleep in crowded quarters when the first instructions began moving through the ship. The path upward was not always obvious, especially in a vessel divided by class, function, and regulation. The ship that had been organized so carefully for comfort and order now became difficult to navigate under fear. Still, for a time, the lights held. That mattered. Electric light gave shape to the illusion that the situation could be managed. Corridors were not dark. Staircases were visible. Rooms still looked like rooms. A person could stand beneath a lamp wearing a coat over night clothes and believe that rescue or explanation would soon come. but below the sea continued its work. It did not argue. It did not rush in anger. It entered through the wounds made by the iceberg and followed gravity, pressure, and space. Every minute made the bow heavier. Every minute lowered the forward decks closer to the water. Every minute narrowed the distance between uncertainty and fear. Andrews, after giving his assessment, moved through the ship in the time that remained. Accounts would later remember him urging passengers to put on life belts and go to the boats. There was no easy comfort he could offer. He could not repair the ship. He could not change the number of lifeboats. He could only help people understand what many did not yet want to believe. Titanic, the great floating palace, was now a place where time had become the most precious thing aboard. And it was slipping away as quietly as the water below. Once Captain Smith understood that Titanic could not be saved, the night changed. The emergency was no longer a question of whether the ship would survive. It was a question of how many people could be taken off before she disappeared. Orders moved across the boat deck. Lifeboats were to be uncovered. Passengers were to be brought up. Wireless distress calls were to be sent. The quiet machinery of survival began, though at first it still looked strangely orderly beneath the stars. The lifeboats rested above the deck, suspended in davits white and still in the cold air. There were 20 of them in all wooden lifeboats, collapsible boats, and emergency cutters. They were enough to satisfy the regulations of the time, but not enough to save everyone aboard. This fact had existed from the beginning of the voyage. It had been built into the ship's reality as plainly as the furniture, the funnels, and the cabins. Yet only now did it become unbearable. Crewmen began removing covers and preparing falls. The work required strength, coordination, and calm. Lifeboats had to be swung out, lowered, properly loaded with passengers, and released into the sea. In daylight during a drill, the task would have been serious but manageable. At night, in freezing air with confused passengers and a sinking ship beneath them, it became something far more difficult. Many passengers still did not want to get into the boats. At first, the danger was too hard to believe. The deck felt safer than the dark sea below. Titanic was lit, solid, familiar. The lifeboats looked small and exposed, hanging above black water that no one wished to enter. Some people hesitated because they thought the evacuation was only a precaution. Others did not want to leave husbands, fathers, brothers, or friends. Some believed another ship would soon arrive, and that staying aboard Titanic for the moment was more sensible than lowering into the cold. This hesitation would cost lives. But it was a human hesitation. To step from a great ship into a small boat in the middle of the Atlantic required belief, and belief had not yet caught up with the facts. In the wireless room, Jack Phillips and Harold Bride began sending distress signals. The room that had earlier carried passenger greetings and routine messages now became one of the most important places on the ship. The operators worked under pressure, sending out calls into the darkness, CQD, the older distress call, and later SOS, newer and more direct. The signals traveled invisibly across the sea, searching for anyone close enough to hear. Titanic was speaking now, not as a proud liner, but as a wounded vessel asking for help. The messages gave her position. They named the emergency. They reached ships scattered across the North Atlantic, some too far away, some uncertain, some responding with urgency. The Carpathia, under Captain Arthur Rostron, received the call and began turning toward Titanic at speed. But distance at sea is merciless. Even a ship that comes as fast as it can still needs time to cross the dark water. And Titanic did not have much time. On the bridge, distress rockets were prepared. They rose into the night one by one, bursting above the ship and falling away into darkness. To passengers, they may have seemed beautiful at first, like signals from a celebration. But these were not fireworks, they were appeals. Each rocket carried the same silent meaning: we are here, we are in danger. Come quickly. Somewhere not impossibly far away, the Californian lay stopped for the night because of ice. Her wireless operator had gone off duty. Her crew saw lights and later rockets, but the meaning was misunderstood or not acted upon with the urgency Titanic needed. History would return to this question again and again, because human beings are drawn to the painful possibility of rescue, almost given, almost received, almost understood. On Titanic, there was no time to wait for certainty from others. The boats had to be filled. Officers began applying the rule that would define the evacuation: women and children first. Yet even this rule was interpreted differently in different parts of the deck. Some officers allowed men into boats when no more women or children were nearby. Others treated the order more strictly. Confusion, class divisions, darkness, and the uneven flow of passengers meant that no single orderly pattern governed the entire evacuation. The first boats lowered were not full. From the deck, the sight may have seemed reasonable at the time. Crew members worried about whether the davits could bear the weight of fully loaded boats. Passengers hesitated. Some women refused to leave their husbands. Some areas of the ship had not yet sent enough people upward. But later, when the numbers were known, those empty spaces would become one of the most painful details of the disaster. A seat in a lifeboat was no longer just a seat. It was a life that might have been saved. As the first boat descended toward the water, the scale of the night began to reveal itself. Ropes creaked. The boat swung slightly in the cold air. People inside sat stiffly wrapped in coats and blankets, looking up at the glowing side of Titanic above them. The ship was enormous from the water. Its illuminated decks towered high overhead, and for those already lowered away, the liner may have seemed too large to sink, even as they watched it, beginning to do exactly that. The water around the lifeboats was black and bitterly cold. Once separated from the ship, those in the boats entered a different silence. The sounds from Titanic carried across the water voices, machinery steam, venting the distant calls of officers, perhaps music, perhaps crying. But from the small boats, everything was changed. The ship became a spectacle and a wound, something magnificent and doomed, still bright enough to look alive. On board, the cold deepened. Passengers continued coming to the boat deck, some confused, some frightened, some irritated, some still unconvinced. Stewards urged them upward. Officers called for women and children. Crew members worked at the falls, trying to lower boats evenly. The ship's angle was not yet extreme, but time was tightening around every action. Thomas Andrews moved through public rooms and corridors, urging people to take life belts and get to the boats. His words carried the authority of a man who knew what the ship could not survive. Some listened, some did not. In moments of disaster, even truth can sound unbelievable when spoken too early. Captain Smith moved between command distress communication and evacuation. The burden on him was immense. He had to direct signals, oversee lifeboats, manage officers, and carry the knowledge that no effort could save everyone. Whatever mistakes had been made before the collision, the present had become brutally simple. Send for help. Launch the boats, keep order as long as possible. The crew did not act as one perfect machine. No human group could under such conditions. Some performed with courage and discipline. Some were uncertain. Some lacked information. Some repeated instructions without knowing the full state of the ship. Some passengers were guided well. Others wandered, waited, or misunderstood. Titanic's design, so orderly and ordinary life, did not easily become an escape route for more than 2,000 people in the middle of the night. Still, the evacuation continued. One boat after another was prepared. Women stepped in, some with children in their arms. Families hesitated at the edge between ship and boat. Husbands promised they would follow later. Fathers kissed children and tried to smile. Some men helped their wives into boats, knowing, perhaps without saying it, that the separation might be final. The wireless calls went on. The rockets went up. The sea kept entering. And above the cold Atlantic, under a sky filled with indifferent stars, Titanic's final hours began to unfold with a strange mixture of order, confusion, courage, and disbelief. In the beginning, the panic was not everywhere. That may seem strange, knowing what was happening below, but disasters do not always begin with screaming. Sometimes they begin with questions. They begin with people standing in corridors half-dressed, asking stewards whether there is any real danger. They begin with passengers laughing nervously at the sight of lifebelts. They begin with a husband telling his wife that the boat drill will be over soon, or a mother trying to button a child's coat while pretending her own hands are not shaking. On Titanic, confusion spread unevenly. The passengers closest to information understood more quickly. Those who saw officers working at the lifeboats, who heard the urgency in certain voices, who noticed the stopped engines and the increasing list, began to grasp that this was not an ordinary delay. Others remained sheltered by distance language class or disbelief. First class reached the boat deck more easily than most. Their cabins and public rooms were closer to the upper levels, and stewards could guide them through familiar spaces. Even there, many resisted the idea of leaving. The ship was warm and lit. The lifeboats were small and swaying. The night beyond the rail looked endless. For a woman asked to step away from her husband, the choice did not feel like rescue. It felt like abandonment. Some wives refused at first. Some husbands encouraged them gently, insisting it was only temporary, that they would meet again soon, that the boats were being lowered only as a precaution. These words were often spoken not because they were believed with certainty, but because kindness sometimes takes the form of a lie when truth is too cruel to say aloud. Children were lifted into boats. Some were sleepy and confused, crying because they had been woken, because the cold hurt their faces, because adults were frightened in ways children could feel but not understand. A child might have clutched a toy, a blanket, or the sleeve of a mother's coat. In that narrow space between deck and lifeboat, the great historical disaster became painfully small. A child's shoe, a dropped glove, a mother's whisper, a father's hand letting go. Second-class passengers came up in growing numbers. Some were calm, some anxious, some uncertain about where to go. The boundaries aboard ship had been clear throughout the voyage, but emergency blurred them without removing them entirely. Corridors, stairways, and gates that made sense in ordinary travel could become obstacles when people needed to move quickly. Crew members had to direct passengers through a vessel built not as one open space, but as a hierarchy of spaces. This hierarchy mattered most for third class. Many third-class passengers were deep within the ship far from the boat deck. Some had to move through long passages, stairways, and unfamiliar routes before reaching open air. Some waited for instructions that came too slowly or in a language they did not fully understand. Others were directed, redirected, or delayed by crew trying to manage movement according to rules that had never been designed for a sinking liner. It would be too simple to imagine every barrier as one deliberate act of cruelty, and too easy to excuse the results as mere confusion. The truth was more uncomfortable. Titanic had been built within a world that divided people by class at every stage where they slept, where they ate, where they walked, which staircases they used, which doors were open to them. In an emergency, those divisions did not vanish. They shaped who reached the boats early, who arrived late, and who spent precious minutes searching for the way up. In third-class families began moving through the ship with growing fear. A father might carry a child while trying to keep his wife close in a crowded corridor. A young woman traveling alone might follow others because she did not know the route. A group of men who spoke little English might hesitate at a locked or guarded passage, unsure whether to wait, argue, or turn back. Some passengers eventually found their way upward. Others lost time that could never be returned. The ship itself had become a maze. Not because it had been badly made, but because it had been made for order, comfort, and separation, not for the sudden evacuation of every soul aboard in freezing darkness. Stairways that felt elegant by day became channels of uncertainty by night. Doors that were ordinary boundaries became frightening. Signs were not enough. Crewmen were not everywhere. Rumors moved faster than instructions. On the boat deck, officers continued calling for women and children. Their voices carried through the cold air. Women and children first. The phrase was simple, but the reality around it was not. Who counted as first when a family refused to separate? What should be done if women were not nearby and a boat needed lowering? Should men step in to row? Should a boat wait and lose time? Should it leave partly empty? Each decision had to be made in moments under pressure without the calm judgment that later generations would try to apply from a distance. Some men stepped back. Some helped strangers into boats. Some searched for wives or children. Some tried to move toward the boats and were refused. Some were told there would be another chance. Some believed it. Some did not. Aboard Titanic, courage and fear often stood side by side in the same person. A man might comfort his wife with a steady voice, then turn away with terror in his face once she had gone. A steward might guide passengers calmly while knowing very little about his own chances. A mother might climb into a boat because her child needed her to, though every part of her wanted to remain with the husband on deck. Bravery was not always grand. Sometimes it was simply obeying the next necessary instruction. As the lifeboats lowered, the separations became more final. From the boats, women looked up at the decks, searching for faces. From the ship, men leaned over railings, waving, calling, trying to make themselves visible in the light. The distance between them grew by feet at first, then by water, then by fate. Voices carried strangely across the sea. A promise shouted from above might reach a boat below, but no promise could change the number of seats remaining. The first lifeboats pulled away from the ship, though some stayed nearby at a distance. Those in the boats felt the cold more sharply now. They were no longer protected by Titanic's walls. The open Atlantic surrounded them. Oars dipped into black water. The great ship loomed above, still illuminated, still beautiful, still hard to believe as doomed. People in the boats watched more passengers gathering at the rails and may have wondered why so few had come with them. Some seats remained empty. The emptiness must have felt invisible at the moment and unbearable later. On board, the crowd thickened. More passengers now understood that the situation was serious. The bulb had settled lower. The deck's angle was becoming noticeable. The stopped engines, the rockets, the lifebelts, the lowered boats, all of these signs had gathered into one conclusion. Titanic was not waiting for repair. Titanic was sinking. Still many clung to fragments of hope. Perhaps another ship was near. Perhaps everyone would be transferred in time. Perhaps the ship would remain afloat until morning. Perhaps the officers knew more than they were saying. Hope is not foolish in such moments. It is one of the mind's last protections. Without it, fear would become impossible to bear. The band played. Music moved through the cold air, softening nothing, and yet changing everything. It gave people something human to hear above the mechanical and oceanic sounds of the night. The musicians could not stop the water. They could not create boats where none existed. But by continuing to play, they helped preserve, for a little longer, the fragile idea that human beings could meet terror with grace. Near the wireless room, Phillips and Bride kept working, sending messages as long as they could. The ship's voice reached outward again and again. The Carpathia was coming, but too far away to arrive before the end. Other ships heard. Some replied. The network of modern technology had awakened around the dying liner, yet the ocean between them remained wide and dark. Below, men continued working in dangerous conditions. Engineers, electricians, firemen, and stokers remained at their posts, keeping power and lights alive for as long as possible. Their work gave the evacuation time and visibility. As long as the lights burned, passengers could move, officers could see boats could be lowered, and panic could be delayed. These men were not always seen by those above, but their labor shaped the final hours of everyone aboard. The class divisions, the confusion, the courage, the hesitation, all of it unfolded under that electric glow. Titanic was becoming two worlds at once. Above a public struggle for order, officers, lifeboats, families' rules, pleading separation. Below, a hidden battle against water pumps, boilers, dynamos, rising floods, men choosing to stay where danger was greatest. Between these worlds moved stewards and crew carrying instructions, urging passengers upward, sometimes calm, sometimes frightened, always pressed by time. As midnight passed, the night grew colder. The stars remained clear. The sea remained calm. There was still no storm to blame, no raging weather to give the tragedy a shape people could understand. The stillness made everything more haunting. Titanic was not being smashed by waves. She was sinking in peace under a beautiful sky, while human beings struggled to accept what the sea had already decided. By now, disbelief was fading. Fear was taking its place. And yet, even fear did not arrive all at once. It moved from face to face, from deck to deck, from family to family. A woman stepping into a lifeboat felt it differently from a man watching her go. A third-class passenger searching for the stairs felt it differently from an officer lowering a boat. A fireman below the waterline felt it differently from a child wrapped in a blanket. Each person had their own Titanic. For some, it was a palace of light turning slowly unsafe. For others, a maze of corridors. For some, a final farewell. For others, a small boat dropping toward black water. For the men below it was heat, noise, water, and duty. For the wireless operators, it was a signal sent into the dark again and again, hoping someone would come in time. And through all of it, the ship continued to settle lower, quietly, patiently, and irreversibly. As the night moved deeper, Titanic became less like one disaster and more like hundreds of private endings unfolding at once. History often remembers numbers first. The time of the collision, the number of passengers, the number of lifeboats, the hour the ship disappeared, but on the decks, in the corridors beside the boats, and deep below the waterline, the disaster was not experienced as numbers. It was experienced as a hand held too tightly a name called Through Cold Air, a child wrapped in a coat, a husband trying to sound calm, a steward giving directions while unsure whether he would live to see morning. The ship was sinking slowly enough for people to understand, and quickly enough for understanding to do almost nothing. By now, more lifeboats had gone. The empty davits stood above the deck like strange, useless frames. Each boat that left made the remaining space aboard feel smaller. At first, passengers had hesitated to leave Titanic. Now many looked toward the boats with growing urgency, realizing too late that the small wooden vessels they had distrusted were becoming the only way to survive. Still, even in fear, people did not all behave the same way. Some grew quiet, some prayed, some argued, some moved quickly, trying to find family members. Some seemed almost calm, not because they felt no fear, but because shock can make a person gentle and distant. A few clung to routine as if routine itself could protect them. There were men who adjusted coats, women who checked children's clothing, stewards who continued calling people sir and madam while the deck tilted beneath their feet. Among the most remembered figures that night were the musicians. They had played earlier as part of the ship's ordinary life, providing elegance, comfort, and entertainment. Now, their music had become something else. As the boats were prepared and lowered, as passengers gathered in confusion, the band continued to play in the cold. Their instruments could not change the fate of the ship, but they offered the people around them a familiar sound, something human and ordered amid the rising fear. Music behaves strangely in a disaster. It does not remove terror. It does not make the cold warmer or the boats larger, but it gives the mind a place to rest for a moment. A melody can make the next breath easier. It can keep a crowd from breaking apart. It can remind people that they are not only bodies waiting for rescue, but souls still capable of listening. The musicians stood or sat with their instruments while the ship settled lower. Their fingers must have stiffened in the cold. The deck beneath them was no longer level. Around them, families separated, officers shouted instructions, rockets climbed into the sky, and the sea crept higher. Yet the music continued. There are details history cannot recover with certainty. The exact final tune is still debated. Memory, grief, and legend have all touched the story. But whether they played one hymn or another, a waltz or a popular song, the meaning remains. They stayed. They played for people who were frightened. They gave the night a voice softer than panic. Nearby, other acts of quiet courage took place without music and without witnesses who would later make them famous. A steward might help a passenger find a life belt, then turn away to help someone else. A crewman might lift a child into a boat and never know the child's name. A woman might take into her arms a child not her own because, in that moment, survival needed hands more than formal permission. A man might step back from a boat when he saw a mother behind him. Such acts did not stop the tragedy, but they mattered to the people who received them. The disaster did not make everyone noble. No disaster does. Fear pressed hard on the ship. There were arguments, confusion, selfishness, misunderstanding, and desperate attempts to reach safety. Some people pushed, some froze, some obeyed orders that later seemed wrong. Some waited because they could not imagine the ship truly going down. People under terror do not become symbols all at once. They remain human with all the weakness and tenderness that word contains. In first class, some passengers faced the end with a kind of solemn clarity. Isidore Strauss, the elderly co-owner of Macy's, and his wife Ida became part of the night's memory because of their refusal to be separated. Accounts tell that Ida would not leave her husband to save herself. She had spent much of her life beside him and would not step into a lifeboat while he remained behind. Whether every remembered word is exact or softened by retelling the shape of the moment is clear. A long marriage, standing together in the cold, choosing not to break at the edge of the sea. Their story has endured because it is simple and almost unbearable. In a disaster defined by separation, they remained together. Elsewhere, Benjamin Guggenheim, after helping women and children toward the boats, was said to have dressed formally again, meeting the end with a gesture of dignity shaped by the manners of his world. Such details can appear almost theatrical from a distance, but in that time and class, clothing could be a language. To dress properly, even at the end, was perhaps a way of refusing to let fear strip away the last signs of self-command. But dignity was not only found among the famous. In third class, people struggled through corridors and stairways, searching for the route upward. Families who had crossed seas of poverty and uncertainty now faced the ship's inner geography at the worst possible time. Some reached the boat deck. Others arrived too late or became trapped in the confusion of movement. Many had children with them. Many did not fully understand the commands being given. The words shouted above might not be their language. The urgency in voices, however, needed no translation. Imagine a family moving through the lower parts of the ship. The father carries a small child because the child cannot move fast enough. The mother keeps one hand against the wall as the ship begins to tilt the other hand, gripping a bundle of papers or clothes that seemed important only an hour earlier. Around them, other passengers are asking where to go. Someone points one way, someone else says another. The corridor is too narrow for fear. Every turn costs time. For immigrants, the tragedy carried an added cruelty. They had already said goodbye once. They had already left homes, parents, farms, streets, and familiar graves. They had boarded Titanic to begin again, not to become lost between continents. In their luggage were addresses, letters of introduction, family photographs, tools, small savings prayer books, and objects too ordinary for museums but precious to the hands that packed them. As water entered the ship, these small possessions became meaningless and priceless at the same time. No one could carry a future in a suitcase anymore. On the boat deck, separations multiplied. A wife might be urged into a lifeboat while her husband stayed behind, promising he would follow in another. His voice had to do impossible work, comfort her, convince her, hide his fear, and perhaps lie with love. Some men truly believed there would be another boat. Others knew there might not be. The difference could not always be heard in the words. Children were passed down into boats, sometimes crying for fathers left above. Mothers bent over them, trying to shield them from the cold and from the sight of the ship. Older children understood enough to be afraid and not enough to understand why adults could not fix it. The lifeboats, once lowered, swung beside the hull before reaching the water, and those few moments between ship and sea must have felt like leaving the world itself. The crew continued to work under terrible pressure. Officers Murdoch and Littler handled boats on different sides of the ship, each making decisions in darkness under time with incomplete information. Their interpretations of the evacuation order differed. On one side, some men were allowed into boats when women and children were not present. On the other, the rule was applied more strictly. Later, these differences would be studied and debated, but in the moment, they were decisions made against the sound of lowering ropes and rising water. There were crew members who never reached a lifeboat because they were needed where they stood. The engineers remained below, helping keep the lights and power alive. It is difficult to overstate the importance of that. In a sinking ship, darkness would have brought a faster terror. As long as Titanic stayed lit, people could move boats, could be lowered, signals could be sent, and the illusion of order could survive a little longer. The men below bought time with labor most passengers never saw. The wireless operators also stayed at their posts. Phillips continued sending distress signals long after the situation had become desperate. Bride assisted him, and together they kept Titanic's voice alive in the air. Their messages reached outward toward ships that were too far, ships that were coming, ships that could not change the arithmetic of the night. Still, they worked. Hope had become electrical, now a spark crossing miles of darkness. Captain Smith moved through the last hours as a figure burdened by knowledge. He had commanded ships for a lifetime, but no experience could make this easy. The bridge, the boat deck, the wireless room, the officers, the passengers, every part of the disaster required him, and none could be solved completely. Accounts of his final movements vary, as they often do in chaos. But his tragedy was clear. He was the captain of a ship that could not be saved with too few lifeboats for the people entrusted to him. As the ball sank lower, the ship's appearance began to change. The forward well deck moved closer to the sea. The angle became harder to ignore. Walking required effort. Passengers could feel the slope now, not just as a suspicion, but as a fact beneath their shoes. Objects shifted inside rooms. The grand spaces that had seemed so stable only hours earlier were becoming tilted, unfamiliar, and vulnerable. Still, there were moments of strange quiet. A person might stand beside a railing and look out at the stars. Another might pause in a corridor, hearing music faintly from above. Someone might return briefly to a cabin for a coat or keepsake, not understanding that the ship was changing faster than memory could. In disasters, ordinary gestures continue longer than we expect. People look for hats. They search for relatives. They pick up dropped things. They ask questions already answered by the angle of the floor. The night became a collection of final images. The glow of electric lamps on polished wood. A life belt tied over an evening dress. A child's face pressed against a blanket. A priest praying with those who could not leave. Water somewhere below climbing patiently. Each image belonged to someone. Each one was a whole life at the edge of disappearance. The great ship, which had once gathered people by class, now gathered them by chance. Where a person stood when they woke, which language they understood, which stairway they found, which officer they reached, which boat still hung in its davits, all of these small circumstances became enormous. Survival was not decided by courage alone, or wealth alone, or goodness alone. It was shaped by timing, access, instruction, luck, and the heartbreaking limits of the boats. By this point, many passengers knew there would not be enough room. The knowledge did not need to be announced. It could be seen in the empty davits, in the crowds remaining, in the urgency of officers, in the way some men stopped trying to move forward and simply stood with others watching the boats leave. There is a moment in some disasters when people understand that rescue is no longer something everyone can share. Titanic reached that moment under the stars. Yet, even then, people continued helping one another. A mother was guided forward, a child was lifted, a stranger was steadied on the sloping deck. Someone gave up a place, someone offered a shawl, someone spoke gently to a person who was shaking. These gestures were small only from a distance. To the person receiving them, they may have been the last kindness in the world. The band played on a little longer. The wireless signals continued. The lifeboats lowered into the dark. And Titanic, wounded beyond saving, moved deeper into her final hour. As the lifeboats pulled away from Titanic, the distance between survival and loss became visible. From the deck, the boats looked small, almost fragile as they dropped toward the water. From the boats, Titanic looked impossibly large, a wall of light rising out of the sea. It was difficult for those inside the lifeboats to believe that the glowing ship above them could vanish. She still had shape, She still had power. Her windows still shone. Voices still came from her decks. But the ball was lower now. Each minute changed her. The first lifeboats had left with empty seats, partly because passengers had hesitated, partly because officers worried about the strength of the lowering equipment, and partly because the truth had not yet reached everyone at the same time. Later boats were filled with greater urgency, though not always to full capacity. The process remained uneven, human, and painful. Those in the boats entered a world colder and quieter than the ship. The moment a lifeboat touched the water, the passengers inside were no longer part of Titanic's warmth. They sat low on the black Atlantic, wrapped in coats, blankets, and life belts, listening to the oars dip and scrape. The water was calm, but calmness at sea can be frightening when the air is freezing and the ship behind you is dying. Some people rowed, some sat still, some stared upward, some cried softly, some were too shocked to speak. The sound of Titanic changed from the water. On board, the noise was immediate footsteps, orders, ropes, steam, music, voices. From the boats it became distant and layered. The great liner gave off a mixture of human and mechanical sound that drifted over the water calls from the deck, the hiss of escaping steam, the creak of davits, the faint music of the band, and later the deeper groans of a structure under strain. The people in the boats could see what those on board could not see so clearly. They could see the ship's angle. They could see the forward decks sinking lower. They could see the rows of lights leaning slowly against the night. They could see, perhaps with growing horror, that Titanic was not simply damaged. She was being taken. For many women in the boats, survival was filled with anguish. They had been saved from the ship, but not from the people they loved. Husbands, fathers, sons, brothers, and friends remained above. Some women called out toward the decks. Some searched the railings for a familiar figure. Some believed the men would follow in another boat. Others knew deep down that the promise shouted from the ship had been mercy rather than truth. The sea carried voices, strangely. A farewell might travel clearly across the water and then disappear. A name might be heard once and never again. The boats drifted or rowed away to avoid being pulled down when the ship sank, but every foot of distance felt like betrayal to those who had left family behind. Survival required separation, and separation felt almost impossible to bear. On Titanic, the remaining boats became fewer. Collapsible boats had to be prepared. These were more difficult to manage, and the ship's increasing angle made every task harder. Crew members struggled with equipment, ropes, covers, and crowds. Officers still tried to maintain order, but the situation was changing rapidly. The early hesitation had passed. More people now understood the danger, and the pressure around the remaining boats grew intense. Some passengers accepted that there would be no boat for them. They moved away from the davits and gathered elsewhere, perhaps near the stern, perhaps along the higher parts of the deck, perhaps in groups shaped by friendship, family language, or simple proximity. A few went below for reasons that can only be guessed, to find someone to retrieve something to pray in private to avoid the cold, or because the mind sometimes chooses familiar spaces when the outer world becomes unbearable. Others stayed near the boats until the last possible moment. The final launches were more chaotic. The slope of the ship interfered with lowering. Water was drawing closer to the forward sections. The cold numbed hands, ropes tangled, orders were harder to hear. People who had waited patiently earlier now faced the realization that patience might leave them behind. Yet even then, not all was panic. There were still acts of discipline. Crew members kept working. Officers still gave commands. Some men helped women and children forward without trying to take their places. Some passengers stood back with remarkable calm. The human mind can hold terror and dignity together for a short time, and on Titanic that night, many people did. As the boats left, the ship became lonelier. A liner is built to be full of movement, conversation, service, footsteps, and destinations. But now, whole sections began to feel abandoned. Rooms once filled with dinner voices stood empty or tilted. Corridors held dropped clothing, scattered belongings, and the strange quiet of places people had left in haste. A chair might have slid across a floor and rested against a wall. A lamp might still burn over an empty table. A book might lie open in a cabin whose occupant would never return. The water kept rising. The forward part of the ship was now visibly lost. The sea had climbed over areas that only hours before had been walked by passengers. Titanic's design had slowed the disaster, but could not stop it. Compartment by compartment, deck by deck, the Atlantic claimed more space. The rockets had ceased or were nearing their end. The wireless calls weakened as power became uncertain. The boats continued moving away, some with room still available, but returning was frightening. Those in the boats feared being swamped by desperate swimmers or pulled under by suction when the ship went down. Some argued about going back. Some wanted to. Others refused. Fear did not end when one entered a lifeboat. It merely changed its shape. One officer, Fifth Officer Harold Lowe, would later gather boats together, transfer passengers to make room, and row back toward the cries after the ship sank. But even that act of return came too late for many. In the immediate moments, while Titanic still floated, most boats kept their distance. On the ship, the remaining crowd moved toward the stern as the bow went lower. The stern rose gradually, not yet high like the final images remembered in paintings and films, but enough to change the entire feeling of the vessel. The ship was no longer a level world. It had become a slope toward the sea. People climbed, held rails, helped others, or simply moved with the crowd away from the water. The band's music, if still playing, was now part of a world almost beyond order. The last boats were gone, or nearly gone. The cold had entered everything. The sea had taken the bow. The stern became the last refuge of hundreds of people who could no longer be passengers in any normal sense. They were souls waiting on the remaining portion of a dying ship. For those in the lifeboats watching was its own kind of suffering. They were alive, but not safe from memory. The image of Titanic's lights tilted against the stars would remain with them for the rest of their lives. Some watched silently, some turned away, some prayed, some held children close and tried to keep them from looking. The ship had carried them all. Now it was carrying away those left behind. The boats rocked gently on the calm water. Around them lay darkness broken only by Titanic's glow. The Carpathia was coming, but still too far. The night did not hurry, because human beings needed it to. Time moved at the same pace it always had, indifferent to fear, indifferent to hope. The final boats left the ship under conditions that were no longer orderly in the earlier sense. Collapsible boats were washed, floated, launched, or struggled over in confusion. Some people survived by clinging to overturned boats. Others were swept into the water. The neat plan of evacuation had given way to improvisation chance and the last instincts of people refusing to surrender. By then, the truth was complete. There would be no rescue from Titanic herself. There would be no return to warm cabins, no breakfast in the morning, no arrival in New York as planned. The voyage had narrowed to the stern, the boats, the freezing sea, and the time remaining before the lights went out. From the water, Titanic still shone. That glow was both comfort and torment. As long as the lights remained, the ship seemed alive. As long as the ship seemed alive, hope could continue in some form. But the angle was worsening. The sounds from the hull grew deeper. The last minutes were approaching. The lifeboats drifted in the cold, carrying the saved away from the unsaved. And behind them, the great ship prepared to leave the surface of the world. In the final minutes, Titanic was no longer the confident liner that had left Southampton. She had become a steep, wounded landscape of steel, wood, light, and human fear. The bow was deep in the sea. The stern rose higher, lifting the remaining passengers and crew into the cold air. The deck that had once invited quiet walks and polite conversation now tilted so sharply that people had to climb, hold on, or brace themselves against anything fixed. The lights still burned. That is one of the most haunting parts of the story. Even as the ship approached the end, Her electric lights continued to shine for a while. They illuminated faces, railings, funnels, ropes, benches, and the sloping decks. They made the disaster visible to those in the lifeboats and gave those still aboard the strange mercy of not being left completely in darkness. But the light could not make the ship safe. People moved toward the stern because it was the highest place left. The crowd there was made of all the divisions Titanic had carried from the beginning, now pressed together by the simplest fact of survival. Wealthy men, immigrant families, stewards, stokers, waiters, sailors, young people, old people, English speakers, non-English speakers, believers, doubters, the calm, the terrified, all stood beneath the same freezing sky. Some prayed aloud, some were silent, some held hands, some tried to climb higher as the angle increased. The cold was severe, but fear and movement may have kept many from feeling it fully at first. The deck beneath them was changing too quickly. The stern lifted, paused, shifted. The sea below looked black and impossibly far to some terribly close to others. The ship groaned as stresses moved through her structure. Furniture and loose objects crashed inside. Far below and forward, water-filled spaces that had once been full of heat machinery, cargo mail, and human labor. The band had likely stopped by now. If the music still lingered, it lived only in memory, in the minds of those who had heard it while waiting for boats. The final soundscape of Titanic was harsher metal under strain, steam breaking glass sliding objects, voices, prayers, and the vast quiet of the surrounding sea. At some point, the ship's electrical system failed. The lights flickered and went out. For those watching from the lifeboats, the sudden darkness must have been almost unbearable. A moment before, Titanic had been a lit, invisible thing, wounded, but still present. Then the glow vanished, and the ship became a massive black shape against a blacker sea. The people still aboard were now hidden, except where starlight and the outline of the hull revealed movement. Darkness changed the disaster. It removed the last familiar comfort. It made the ship feel less like a place and more like an object returning to the elements. The human world of lamps, rooms, signs, and polished surfaces disappeared. What remained was steel gravity water and the voices of people in the cold. The stern rose higher. For a short time, Titanic's aftersection lifted dramatically, exposing parts of the hull that had never been meant to face the sky. Those still clinging to the ship were forced into impossible positions. Some fell, some slid, some jumped into the water, others held on until the ship itself gave them no choice. The strain on the hull became too great. Titanic broke apart. It was not a clean theatrical gesture, but a violent structural failure in darkness and terror. Steel bent and tore. The ship that had been designed as one great body separated under the forces acting upon it. From the lifeboats, survivors heard deep, terrible sounds, cracking, roaring, rumbling, as the structure failed. The exact sequence would later be studied, revised, debated, and reconstructed, but the human experience of it was simpler. The impossible ship was breaking. For those still aboard, the break must have felt like the world ending beneath their feet. The bow section pulled downward. The stern settled back for a short time, then lifted again as the sea claimed it too. People struggled on the remaining section, which no longer had the illusion of being a ship in any meaningful way. It was wreckage, still above water, carrying hundreds into the final moments. There are limits to what should be imagined too sharply. The Titanic's final minutes were filled with suffering, but they were also filled with human beings whose dignity should not be reduced to spectacle. It is enough to understand that many were afraid, many were brave, many were both, and many faced death with no time left for rescue. The stern stood nearly upright, or at a steep angle in the final phase, then began its descent. Water climbed, the structure shifted. The last people aboard were thrown, washed, or carried into the sea. The cold Atlantic received them with a violence more deadly than waves. The water was near freezing. Immersion shocked the body, stole breath, stiffened limbs, and made strength disappear quickly. At approximately 2:20 in the morning on April 15, 1912, Titanic vanished beneath the surface. The sea closed over the stern. For a moment, there may have been turbulence, debris, foam, and movement where the ship had been. Then the ocean settled. The largest moving object built by human hands at that time, a ship of steel, light, luxury, labor, and hope, was gone from sight. What remained above was worse than silence. Hundreds of people were in the water. Their cries spread across the calm sea and reached the lifeboats. Survivors later remembered the sound for the rest of their lives. It was not one voice, but many rising together in the darkness, calling for help, calling names, calling to God, calling to anyone who might come back. The lifeboats floated nearby, some closer, some farther away. Inside them sat people who had already survived one impossible separation and now faced another impossible decision. To row back might mean saving lives, but it also risked being overwhelmed by desperate swimmers. Fear held many boats away. Some passengers begged to return. Others insisted it was too dangerous. Crewmen argued the cold moved through everyone. The cries continued. Then slowly they began to fade. Not because help had come, but because the water was too cold for human bodies to endure. One by one, voices weakened. The sound that had filled the darkness became thinner, more scattered, and then after a time, almost absent. This fading was perhaps the most devastating part of the night for those in the boats. It was the sound of time running out for people close enough to hear and too far to save. Fifth Officer Lowe eventually organized a return with one boat after transferring survivors to make room. He and his crew rowed back through the darkness, searching among bodies and debris for anyone still alive. A few were found, not many. The cold had worked quickly. In the boats, survivors sat with the knowledge that the ship was gone. Some had lost husbands, some had lost wives, some had lost children, parents, siblings, friends, employers, servants, crewmates. Some did not yet know who was gone and who might be in another boat. Hope remained in fragments. Perhaps someone loved was in a different lifeboat. Perhaps they had been picked up. Perhaps they had survived in some unseen way. The mind needs, perhaps especially in the dark. Around them floated pieces of the ship chairs, boards, cushions, wreckage, personal belongings, and the scattered remains of a world that had existed only hours before. The sea did not explain. It held everything in blackness. The stars remained bright overhead. There was no storm, no great wave, no dramatic weather to match the scale of what had happened. The ocean lay calm again, as if nothing enormous had passed through it. That calmness made the loss feel even more lonely. Titanic had taken 2 hours and 40 minutes to sink. For the people in the lifeboats, the rest of the night would feel much longer. After Titanic disappeared, the lifeboats were left in a darkness that felt larger than before. While the ship had remained above water, even in her final state, she had been a center. A place to look toward, a source of light, a terrible hope. Once she was gone, the survivors were scattered across the open sea in small boats, surrounded by cold, silent wreckage and uncertainty. The ocean seemed endless. The lifeboats rose and fell gently on the calm water. Oars moved now and then. Someone whispered a prayer. Someone sobbed quietly. Someone called out a name across the darkness, hoping another boat might answer. A child cried and then grew still from exhaustion. Women held one another for warmth. Men who had been allowed into boats sat stunned, sometimes rowing, sometimes staring into the place where the ship had vanished. The cold entered slowly and completely. Those in the boats were not in the water, but they were not truly warm. Many had left their cabins quickly and were dressed poorly for a night in the North Atlantic. Some wore evening clothes beneath coats. Some had blankets. Some had almost nothing suitable for the temperature. Hands stiffened, feet numbed, breath trembled in the air. The lifeboats were safer than the sea, but they were still exposed, fragile, and far from help. No one knew exactly when rescue would come. They knew distress signals had been sent. Some knew a ship was coming, but the sea does not make distance visible at night. The Carpathia was moving toward them, driven hard through dangerous waters, but to the survivors waiting in the boats, she was still only an idea, a promise carried by wireless messages and hope. In the dark, time became difficult to measure. Minutes lengthened. Every sound mattered. A splash might make people turn. A voice from another boat might seem close or far. The creak of wood, the dip of an oar, the shifting of a passenger on a bench, all became part of the long waiting. Some survivors searched the horizon for lights until their eyes ached. Others could not bear to look. The boats were separated, but not entirely alone. Here and there, faint shapes moved on the water. Some boats called to one another. Some tried to stay together. In certain boats, crew members attempted to maintain order, distribute blankets, or decide whether to row. In others, shock settled heavily. People who had been active during the evacuation now sat almost motionless, as if the mind, having survived the impossible, had withdrawn for a while. There were questions no one could answer. Was my husband in another boat? Did my child get away? Where is my mother? Did the ship send our position correctly? How long until dawn? How long can a person survive in that water? Some questions were spoken. Others remained inside because to ask them aloud would make them too real. The survivors carried not only cold, but memory. Already, the night was arranging itself into images that would never leave them. Titanic's lights slanting against the sky, the sound of the ship breaking the cries from the water, the face of a loved one at the rail, a hand releasing another hand, the sudden darkness when the power failed. These memories had formed only minutes earlier, yet they already felt permanent. The sea around them grew quieter. That quiet did not bring peace. It brought the absence of those who had been calling. Many in the lifeboats understood what the silence meant, even if they did not say it. The cold had done what the sinking began. The disaster had moved from noise into stillness. Somewhere in the darkness, Officer Lowe's boat searched among the wreckage. The men called out, listened, rowed, and looked for movement. They found only a few alive. Each rescue was urgent, delicate, and terribly late. A person pulled from the water was not only wet and cold, but close to the edge of life. There was little comfort to give, yet the effort mattered. To save even one life from that black water was to push back, however briefly, against the enormity of the loss. For the rest, the waiting continued. The survivors did not yet know the full scale of what had happened. They knew Titanic was gone, but not the final count. They knew many had died, but not exactly who. They knew they were alive, but survival had not yet become relief. It was too soon for that. Survival still felt like cold guilt, fear, and disbelief. Then slowly, a change came to the horizon. Far away, a light appeared. At first, it may have been uncertain, no more than a faint point in the darkness, but gradually it became steadier. The Carpathia was approaching. She had come through the night as fast as she could, her crew preparing blankets, hot drinks, medical care, and space for survivors. To those in the lifeboats, her lights must have seemed almost unreal after so many hours of black water. Rescue did not erase the night, but it gave the survivors somewhere to go. As the first pale hints of dawn began to touch the edge of the sky, the lifeboats moved toward the rescuing ship. The world slowly returned in gray and silver, the water, the boats, the faces of the living, the empty spaces where others should have been. Morning did not bring warmth exactly, but it brought visibility. It showed the survivors that the night had ended, even if the grief had only begun. Behind them, beneath the calm Atlantic Titanic, rested far below the surface. Above, the lifeboats carried what remained of her human story into the morning. And across the cold sea, the Carpathia waited to receive them. When the Carpathia reached the lifeboats, the sea was no longer completely dark. Dawn had begun to spread across the Atlantic, pale and cold, touching the water with a gray light that revealed what the night had hidden. The survivors could now see one another more clearly, faces stiff from cold eyes, reddened by wind, and grief clothing damp with frost, children wrapped tightly in blankets, women staring across the water as if still searching for the ship that had carried them there. The Titanic was gone. There was no great hull on the horizon, no smoke rising from funnels, no decks filled with people, no lights shining across the water. Only lifeboats' wreckage and the quiet surface of the sea. For many survivors, this may have been the first moment when the mind truly accepted what the eyes had already been told. The ship had not merely been damaged, it had not been delayed, it had vanished. Carpathia approached carefully. Her crew had worked through the night to prepare for survivors. Blankets were gathered, hot drinks were made ready, cabins and public rooms were cleared. Doctors prepared to treat the injured, the frozen, and the shocked. Captain Arthur Rostron had driven his ship hard through the darkness, risking ice himself in the race to reach Titanic's position. But when Carpathia arrived, she did not find a wounded liner waiting to transfer passengers. She found small boats scattered across cold water. One by one, the lifeboats came alongside. The rescue was slow and difficult. Survivors had to be helped from the boats up the side of Carpathia. Some could climb with assistance. Others were too weak, too cold, or too stunned to move easily. Children were lifted, women were steadied, men climbed with stiff hands. The gap between the lifeboats and the rescuing ship must have felt enormous to those who had spent hours in the dark. At the rail, Carpathia's passengers and crew watched in silence. They had gone to sleep the night before aboard an ordinary ship and awakened into one of the greatest sea disasters of modern history. Now they saw the survivors coming aboard, not as a crowd, but as individuals. A mother without her husband, a child without a parent, a woman wrapped in a blanket and unable to speak, a crewman who had rowed through the night, a passenger who still held a life belt as if afraid to let it go. Relief did not arrive cleanly. For some, stepping onto Carpathia meant safety. For others, it meant the beginning of terrible knowledge. They searched the decks for faces that were not there. They asked about other boats. They gave names to stewards' officers, strangers, anyone who might know. A person who had survived could not yet know whether survival was shared. Hope lingered painfully in the absence of information. The Carpathia took aboard the living. The dead remained with the sea. As the last survivors were rescued, the lifeboats that had once belonged to Titanic floated beside another ship. They were proof of both rescue and failure. They had saved hundreds, and they had not saved enough. Their wooden sides, wet and cold in the morning light, carried the weight of every empty place. Carpathia turned toward New York. The journey that followed was quiet and heavy. The ship became a place of mourning. Survivors were given blankets, food, medical care, and places to rest, but many could not sleep. Some sat silently for hours. Some spoke in fragments. Some repeated the last thing a loved one had said. Some still believed or needed to believe that another boat might have carried the missing. Lists were made. Names were gathered. Mistakes were corrected and made again. In the confusion after a disaster, information moves slowly and often cruelly. A name might appear among the rescued, then disappear. A rumor might give hope and then remove it. Families waited for certainty, but certainty came unevenly. When Carpathia finally approached New York on April 18th, rain fell over the city. Thousands waited at the docks. News of the disaster had crossed the ocean before the survivors arrived, and the world that had celebrated Titanic now stood stunned by her loss. Families, reporters, officials, police, and strangers gathered in the wet darkness, watching for the ship that carried the living remains of the disaster. Carpathia first delivered Titanic's lifeboats, then came to her pier. Survivors disembarked into flashes, questions, embraces, and grief. Some were met by relatives. Some found no one waiting. Some were surrounded by reporters before they had the strength to speak. The city received them, but it could not return what had been lost. On that rainy night in New York, the Titanic's maiden voyage truly ended. Not with applause, not with music, but with blankets, lists of names, unanswered questions, and people stepping onto land forever changed by a sea they would never forget. After the survivors reached land, the world began asking why. The Titanic had seemed too large, too modern, too carefully built to disappear on her first voyage. That was what made the disaster so difficult for the public to accept. Ships had sunk before. The sea had always been dangerous, but Titanic belonged to an age that believed danger could be reduced by design, wealth, technology, and confidence. Her loss felt like more than an accident. It felt like a warning. Investigations began on both sides of the Atlantic. In the United States and in Britain, witnesses were questioned, survivors spoke, officers gave testimony. Wireless operators, passengers, crew members, ship officials, and experts were asked to reconstruct the chain of events that had led from a calm Sunday night to more than 1,500 deaths. The questions were many. Why had Titanic been traveling so fast in waters where ice had been reported? Why were there not enough lifeboats for everyone aboard? Why had some lifeboats left with empty seats? Why were third-class passengers delayed or less able to reach the boat deck? Why had nearby ships not come sooner? Why had ice warnings not produced stronger action? No single answer could hold the whole tragedy. The disaster had not been caused by one mistake alone. It had grown from a web of decisions, customs, assumptions, regulations, and failures. The ship had followed lifeboat rules that were outdated for vessels of her size. Wireless communication existed, but procedures were not yet strong enough to ensure every warning became urgent action. Ice was known, but confidence in modern liners remained high. Class divisions shaped movement aboard. Human fatigue and human judgment influenced the final hours. The iceberg struck the ship. But the disaster had roots far deeper than the ice. The lifeboat issue became one of the most painful lessons. Titanic carried more boats than the law required, but the law itself had not kept pace with the enormous size of new liners. Regulations had been written for an earlier era of shipping when vessels were smaller. The assumption had often been that lifeboats were not meant to hold every person at once, but to ferry passengers to a rescuing ship nearby. Titanic proved how deadly that assumption could be. In the cold North Atlantic at night, with help hours away, a lifeboat was not merely a ferry. It was the difference between life and death. The treatment of third-class passengers also came under scrutiny. Some third-class passengers did survive, and some were helped by crew, but many died. Language barriers, distance from the boat deck, unfamiliar routes, and the ship's class structure all played a part. The disaster exposed how social divisions acceptable in ordinary travel to many people of that age could become deadly in an emergency. The wireless system also changed in public imagination. Before Titanic, wireless was admired as a marvel. After Titanic, it became clear that such technology required disciplined staffing and rules. A message unheard, delayed, dismissed, or misunderstood could matter enormously. Ships could speak across the dark, but only if someone was listening and only if the meaning was acted upon. The inquiries did not bring back the dead, but they did change the world that survived them. In the years that followed, maritime safety regulations were strengthened. Ships would be required to carry enough lifeboats for all aboard. Lifeboat drills became more serious. Wireless watches became more continuous. Ice patrols were established to monitor dangerous regions of the North Atlantic. International cooperation around safety at sea grew from the recognition that the ocean did not belong to one nation, one company, or one class of passenger. The first International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, known as SOLAS, was adopted in 1914. It was one of the clearest legacies of Titanic. Behind the formal language of regulation stood the memory of a cold night, half-filled boats, unheard warnings, and hundreds of voices fading in the water. The rules were not born from theory alone. They were written in the shadow of names, families, and empty places. Yet blame did not settle easily. Some blamed the captain, some blamed the company, some blamed speed, arrogance, regulation, design, weather, chance, or the culture of the age. History has continued to examine each of these. But perhaps the deeper lesson is that disasters often come from confidence becoming too comfortable. Titanic was not treated as fragile enough. The sea was not treated as dangerous enough. The systems surrounding the ship were not humble enough before what could go wrong. The tragedy forced the modern world to remember something old. The ocean could still take. No matter how bright the lights, how polished the wood, how powerful the engines, how wealthy the passengers, or how confident the age, the sea remained larger than the ship. And after Titanic, safety at sea would never again be imagined in quite the same way. For decades, Titanic existed mostly in memory. She lived in survivor accounts, newspaper archives, official reports, family stories, books, songs, films, and the quiet grief of descendants. People imagined her lying somewhere in the deep Atlantic, but the ocean kept its distance. The wreck's exact location remained unknown, hidden beneath more than 2 miles of water far beyond ordinary reach. As the 20th century moved on, the world changed around the story. Wars came, cities grew, air travel crossed oceans that ships once ruled. The people who had built Titanic aged and died. Survivors carried their memories into old age. Some spoke often, others rarely did. For many, the night remained too painful to revisit, except in fragments: the cold, the angle of the deck, the faces at the rail, the cries after the ship went down. Titanic became history, but not a quiet history. She would not disappear from public imagination, perhaps because she contained so many stories at once: ambition, class, migration, love, technology, pride, courage, failure, and chance. She was large enough to represent an age, but personal enough to be remembered through individual lives. People could study her as engineering, mourn her as tragedy, or imagine themselves aboard her in those final hours. Then in 1985, the wreck was found. Deep beneath the North Atlantic, an expedition led by Robert Ballard and Jean-Louis Michel located Titanic's remains. After 73 years, the ship returned to human sight, not as the floating palace she had been, but as a broken presence on the ocean floor. The images were haunting. There was the bow, still recognizable, emerging from darkness. Railings, anchors, portholes, debris, fields, pieces of machinery, dishes, shoes, bottles, and fragments of a world scattered across the seabed. The ship had not remained whole. The sinking had broken her, and the long fall to the ocean floor had completed the destruction. The bow and stern lay separated, surrounded by the remains of the voyage. Seeing the wreck changed the story again. Before 1985, Titanic could be imagined in many ways, shaped by memory and art. After the discovery, the world saw the physical truth of what remained. The grandeur was still there in outline, but softened by rust, darkness, and decay. The ship no longer looked invincible. She looked wounded, silent, and strangely fragile. The deep sea had transformed her. Rusticles hung from steel like dark, delicate formations. Marine life moved through spaces once filled with human voices. The ocean had made the ship part of its own slow world. Corridors where passengers had walked were now inaccessible or collapsed. Decks had deteriorated. The great liner was no longer an object of travel, but an underwater grave and historical site. The discovery raised new questions. Should artifacts be recovered? Should the wreck be left undisturbed? Was Titanic a museum, a memorial, a grave, or all of these at once? Some argued that recovering objects preserved history. Others felt that the site should be treated with solemn restraint because more than 1,500 people had died when the ship sank. The debate continues because Titanic is not only steel, it is memory. A pair of shoes on the seabed is not just an object, it suggests a person. A dish is not only a dish, but part of a meal never finished. A suitcase is not only luggage, but a life interrupted between one continent and another. The wreck asks those who look at it to remember that history is made of ordinary things suddenly left behind. Over the years, expeditions returned, cameras explored, researchers studied the breakup, the sinking, the debris field, the decay. New technology revealed more details, but also showed that Titanic is slowly being consumed by the deep. Bacteria, corrosion, pressure, and time continue their work. The ship that once seemed like a symbol of permanence is still disappearing only now at the slow pace of the ocean floor. This slow decay gives the wreck a quiet urgency. One day, much of what remains may collapse into the seabed. The shape recognized by the world may become less distinct. Future generations may know Titanic through scans, images, recovered objects, testimony, and stories, rather than through a recognizable hull resting in darkness. But perhaps that has always been the nature of Titanic. She exists partly as a ship, partly as evidence, and partly as a story people keep returning to because it feels unfinished. Each generation finds something different in her. One sees technological pride. Another sees class inequality. Another sees immigration and hope. Another sees human courage. Another sees the danger of assuming that progress has conquered risk. The wreck beneath the sea is silent. But the story around it has never stopped speaking. More than a century later, Titanic still holds the imagination. Not simply because she sank, and not only because so many lives were lost. Many tragedies have filled history, some larger in number, some closer to our own time. But Titanic remains because she feels like a complete world that vanished in one night. A world of luxury and labor confidence and inequality, hope and farewell music and machinery all moving together across a calm sea toward a danger almost no one could see. She was a ship, but she was also a mirror. In her first-class rooms, we see the pride of an age that believed comfort and wealth could soften almost anything. In her engine rooms, we see the labor that made such comfort possible. In her third-class quarters, we see the courage of people leaving home for uncertain futures. On her bridge, we see responsibility under pressure. In her wireless room, we see technology reaching outward, powerful, but still dependent on human hands. In her lifeboats, we see the painful difference between being saved and being whole. The Titanic story is often told as a warning against arrogance, and it is that. But it is also a story about trust. Passengers trusted the ship. Officers trusted experience. Builders trusted design. Companies trusted regulations. The public trusted the promise of modernity. None of these forms of trust were foolish by themselves, but together they became too comfortable. They left too little room for failure, too little imagination for the worst that could happen on a calm and beautiful night. That may be why the story still unsettles us. Titanic did not sink in a storm. She did not go down in chaos from the first moment. She sailed under stars through still water with music playing and lights glowing. Ordinary life continued almost until it could not. People ate dinner, wrote letters, laughed, slept, and made plans. The disaster came not as a monster from the horizon, but as a quiet shape in the dark, seen too late. And then, in the hours that followed, the ship revealed both the weakness and the beauty of human beings. There was confusion, there was delay, there was unfairness, there was fear. But there was also tenderness, strangers helping strangers, crew members staying at their posts, musicians playing in the cold, parents saving children, husbands and wives refusing or enduring separation, wireless operators sending calls until the end. No single meaning is enough. Titanic was not only arrogance, not only tragedy, not only romance, not only engineering failure, not only class story, not only maritime lesson. She was all of these and more. That is why she remains with us. She gives history the shape of a single night, but within that night are thousands of lives. If we listen closely, the story becomes quieter. Not smaller, but quieter. Beyond the famous name, beyond the grand staircase, beyond the image of the ship sinking beneath the stars, there are human details. A child lifted into a boat, a letter never delivered, a meal unfinished, a song heard in cold air, a hand released because there was no other choice. These are the details that keep Titanic from becoming only legend. They return her to the people. Today, the wreck rests in darkness, far below the Atlantic, where no sunlight reaches and the sea moves slowly through what remains. Above it, ships still cross the ocean. Planes fly overhead. The world has grown faster, louder, and more connected than anyone aboard Titanic could have imagined. Yet, the lesson remains simple enough to understand in any age. No creation is beyond failure. No system is too impressive to question. No life on a passenger list is merely a number. Titanic's voyage lasted only a few days, but her story has lasted because it asks us to remember carefully. To remember the confidence that built her, to remember the warnings that were not enough, to remember the people divided by class but united by faith, To remember the cold sea, the distant rescue, the empty seats, and the voices that did not reach morning. The ocean closed over Titanic in 1912. But it did not close over her meaning. That meaning continues to drift toward us quiet and persistent, like a signal across dark water, asking not for fear, but for humility, not for fascination alone, but for compassion. And perhaps when we think of Titanic now, we should not imagine only the great ship going down. We should imagine the people aboard her as they were before the disaster fully knew them, walking on deck, riding home, laughing at dinner, holding children, dreaming of New York, trusting the floor beneath their feet. For a little while they were simply travelers crossing the sea. And then they became part of a story the world would never stop telling. Now I guess it's time to say goodbye. To all my dear audiences, have a nighty night.